Hey guys! Tonight we're setting sail not on the Nile you know from postcards or dusty textbooks, but on a river that flows between myth and memory. Above you, the Egyptian night stretches wide, black and infinite. A canopy scattered with stars so bright they look close enough to pluck like beads from a necklace. The air is dry, the sand beneath your feet still holding the warmth of the sun, and the river glimmers as though it's made of molten glass, reflecting the constellations with eerie precision. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, and let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now. I always find it magical that stories told thousands of years ago in temple courtyards are still alive, reaching across time to lull you to sleep tonight. Now, dim the lights and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The first thing you notice is the silence. Not an empty silence, but a layered one. Frogs croaking faintly along the reeds, the whisper of wind moving across sand dunes, and the splash of unseen fish in the current. The Nile has always been more than a river. For Egyptians, it was the spine of the world, a gift of the gods, a line dividing chaos from order. To stand beside it at night is to feel time unravel. Each ripple against the bank feels ancient, as though it carries the weight of every generation that ever lived along its shores. You pause and listen closely, and it's almost as if the river itself is humming, a low, continuous vibration that merges with the night sounds. The longer you stand there, the more it feels like the Nile is not just water, but a memory, stretching back before pyramids, before dynasties, before names were carved into stone. You're not just at the edge of a river. You're standing at the threshold between the world you know and the one the Egyptians believed began after death. Your eyes lift to the stars again. And here's something fascinating. The Egyptians weren't just casual stargazers. They organized entire calendars around the night sky. The rising of Sirius, the star they called Sopdet, predicted the annual flooding of the Nile, which meant crops, food, and survival. For them, astronomy was not some abstract science. It was life or death. Imagine leaning back in the sand, watching Sirius rise and knowing it meant salvation was on its way. No smartphone weather app needed, just a bright pinpoint of light promising your next meal. But here's the quirky tidbit. They didn't just map stars for farming. They mapped the afterlife with them too. To the Egyptians, the stars weren't cold balls of gas millions of miles away. They were spirits. They were gods. Some were even thought to be the blessed dead, shining in the heavens as proof that eternity existed. So when you look up tonight, think of it less as stargazing and more like peering into a cosmic afterparty, where souls gather to twinkle forever. You start walking along the Nile's bank. Each step feels heavy with ritual, as though your body knows you're moving from the world of the living into the hush of the mythic. A faint breeze carries the smell of lotus blossoms, their white petals catching moonlight, glowing like lanterns bobbing on dark water. The Egyptians prized the lotus not just for its beauty, but because it opened with the sun each morning and closed at night, a living metaphor for rebirth. The very flower perfuming the air around you was an emblem of resurrection, a promise that endings were never really endings. In the distance, the outline of a temple looms. Its columns rise like a stone forest, etched with hieroglyphs that shimmer faintly in the torchlight left behind by long-vanished priests. The carvings seem alive, as though the figures of gods and pharaohs are leaning forward, watching you pass. The walls themselves whisper prayers to Ra, Hathor, Osiris, an entire pantheon still echoing in the silence. Imagine priests chanting hymns here thousands of years ago, voices bouncing off these walls, rising into the night air like incense. You almost expect to hear them again, faint but insistent, tucked between the croak of frogs and the rush of wind. You kneel at the riverbank and dip your fingers into the water. It's cool, startlingly so, like liquid stone. For a brief second, the water doesn't ripple. Instead, it swirls with images, faint hieroglyphs glowing in gold, spiraling out like fireflies. You're seeing what Egyptians saw every night in their imagination, the duat, the hidden world just beneath the surface of things. Here's another mainstream fact. The Egyptians believed the sun god Ra made this journey every single night. By day, he sailed across the heavens in triumph, blessing the land with warmth and light. But when he slipped below the horizon, his voyage wasn't restful. It was a battle. He descended into the underworld, sailing through caverns and facing the serpent Apophis, embodiment of chaos, who tried to devour him and snuff out light forever. Every sunrise was proof he had won again, reborn after struggle. Think about that the next time you grumble about getting out of bed. It's nothing compared to fighting cosmic snakes in the dark. And here's the quirky companion detail. Some Egyptians would sleep with protective spells etched on papyrus under their pillows, invoking Ra's nightly voyage as protection against nightmares. The logic was simple. If Ra can make it safely through the terrors of the duat, then surely you can make it through a restless night without being disturbed. Imagine drifting off knowing the most powerful god in your pantheon was on the same night shift as you. The longer you sit here, the more the air itself feels alive. The reeds sway as if they're listening. The water laps against stone in a rhythm that feels too deliberate to be chance. Even the stars above seem to pulse like breathing. You begin to realize you're not just observing Egypt's myths, you're stepping inside them, carried forward as though the world around you has rearranged itself into one vast story. You stand again, brushing sand from your hands, and look ahead. The road stretches forward, carved smooth by countless footsteps. It doesn't feel like an ordinary path. It feels like the same road Ra himself takes each night, winding into caverns where the rules of the living no longer apply. Your own footsteps echo faintly, softer with each step, as if the sand and stone beneath you have been worn down by gods, kings, and spirits long before you. The torches lining the path sputter and hiss. Their flames aren't lively, leaping things. They're steady, almost tired, glowing like ancient eyes too stubborn to close. They cast long shadows that bend and ripple across the sand, stretching into forms you can't quite name, half human, half beast, guardians of thresholds. And yet none of it feels threatening. The shadows seem to be ushering you forward, patient, watchful, as though they've been waiting centuries for someone to take this exact walk. Behind you, the Nile continues its quiet shimmer, a lifeline threading through desert and history. Ahead of you lies something darker, deeper, but not unwelcoming. You exhale slowly, and for the first time, you feel fully part of the rhythm the Egyptians lived by, the daily dance of light and dark, chaos and order, death and rebirth, the kind of rhythm that doesn't end, only repeats, like the steady rise and fall of your breath as you sink a little deeper into calm. The torches ahead flicker weakly as you continue along the path, each flame bowing in submission to the weight of the night. The silence has grown thicker here, almost like velvet pressing against your ears. You walk slowly, deliberately, feeling the sand under your sandals give way with each step, the grains shifting as if reluctant to release you forward. It is here, in this deep quiet, that the myth of Ra's nightly voyage begins to unfold, not as a distant story told in papyrus scrolls, but as a journey you now walk alongside. You pause and tilt your head upward. The stars above look less like decorations and more like watchful eyes, constellations arranged into silent guardians. Some glimmer faintly, as if warning you. Others blaze fiercely, as if daring you to step forward. For Egyptians, the night sky wasn't passive. It was a map, a battlefield, a diary of divine struggles. To them, every twinkle was an echo of a god's story, every constellation a memory set aflame. You breathe deeply, and the air here is cooler, tinged with something metallic, like the taste of bronze left in your mouth. Perhaps it's your imagination, but it feels like the scent of the duat, the underworld, has reached you already. The path begins to slope downward, ever so slightly, like a gentle descent into hidden chambers of the earth. You can almost hear the faint rush of unseen water echoing somewhere deep below, as though the Nile itself continues underground, burying Ra's bark into darkness. Here's a mainstream fact. The Egyptians divided the underworld into 12 sections, mirroring the 12 hours of the night. Each hour had its challenges, its guardians, its demons. Ra was not alone on this voyage. He was accompanied by gods, spirits, and an army of helpers, each tasked with keeping chaos at bay. Think of it as the most perilous night shift imaginable. Each hour a new test, each hour a fresh assault on order itself. And here's the quirky tidbit. These underworld maps were often painted inside royal tombs, so the royal pharaohs could literally read their way through the afterlife. Imagine decorating your bedroom ceiling not with stars or glow-in-the-dark stickers, but with detailed instructions on how to battle snakes, demons, and rivers of fire at 3 in the morning. For the Egyptians, this wasn't superstition, it was preparation. Death wasn't an end. It was a journey that required a survival guide. The path before you widens now into a causeway of smooth stone, the kind you'd expect to see in a temple. Columns rise on either side, etched with hieroglyphs, their images dancing in the torchlight. You run your fingers across one of the carvings, and the grooves feel warm, as if the stone itself remembers the chisel that shaped it. The walls seem to breathe, and the hieroglyphs tell the story you're stepping into. They show Ra's solar bark, a long golden vessel, its prow carved into the head of a falcon. Inside, Ra stands tall, his body cloaked in divine radiance, his head crowned with the sun disk now hidden beneath the horizon. Around him stand protective deities. Seth, often the villain in other stories, here acting as bodyguard, spear raised against chaos. Thoth, ibis-headed god of wisdom, with scrolls ready to record each victory. And Mot, goddess of truth and balance, feather poised like a compass. It is a cosmic crew, each god lending their strength to this nightly odyssey. You close your eyes for a moment and listen, and suddenly you can almost hear it. The creak of the wooden bark as it cuts through celestial waters, the splash of oars dipped into the black river, the murmured chants of protective spells rising like mist. The sound surrounds you, echoing against the columns, reverberating in your chest until you feel as though you are aboard that divine vessel yourself. The first cavern yawns before you, a gaping mouth of darkness. You hesitate, your torchlight trembling against the walls, but you step inside. The air grows heavier, pressing down like a weight. Strange shapes flicker in the gloom, coiled serpents with eyes that gleam like embers, crocodile-headed demons lurking at the edges of the water, skeletal figures crouching in silence. These are not nightmares conjured by your mind. They are the guardians of the night, beings born from the Egyptian conviction that chaos never sleeps. Mainstream fact: Apophis, the serpent of chaos, was believed to lie in wait every night to attack Ra's vessel. He wasn't just any serpent. He was colossal, stretching across caverns, his scales shimmering like molten bronze, his mouth wide enough to swallow gods. The Egyptians feared him not because he always won, but because he always returned. Every single night, without fail, he tried again. Imagine the persistence of a monster that cannot be killed, only fought back until sunrise. The quirky detail? Egyptians had entire rituals dedicated to stabbing, trampling, and burning effigies of Apophis to help Ra in his fight. Priests would chant curses, spit on his images, and hack clay models of the serpent to pieces, all in the name of boosting Ra's odds. Picture that as a community event. Neighbors gathering after dinner, kids watching as priests smash snake figurines, everyone feeling reassured that their symbolic violence was keeping the sun on schedule. It's both eerie and oddly comforting, like a cosmic pep rally. The cavern deepens and shadows ripple across the walls. Your torch flickers as if straining to hold its flame against the oppressive dark. The silence here is alive with tension, like a held breath before thunder. And then you hear it. A low hiss, long and steady, reverberating through the stone corridors. The serpent is close. Apophis is near. But there is no panic in this place. The gods are steady. Seth lifts his spear, eyes locked on the shadows ahead. Thoth raises his staff, words of power spilling from his lips like streams of light. Ra stands calm, radiant even, in the absence of his son, his gaze unbroken. You realize this is not just a myth, it's a ritual of reassurance. The Egyptians believed that no matter how terrifying the night, order would always triumph. Ra would always rise again. The serpent would never succeed. And as you stand in that cavern, the thought soothes you. The hiss of Apophis becomes less frightening, more like background noise, the kind of static you tune out as you drift toward sleep. The weight of the night presses softer now, not as menace, but as a blanket, wrapping you in a cosmic rhythm older than history. The torch in your hand steadies, its flame no longer sputtering. You take a breath, slow and deliberate, and step further into the cavern, deeper into the myth. The battle is not yours to fight, but you are welcome to watch, to listen, to let the story carry you forward like a bark drifting smoothly across dark waters. The hiss fades into silence as you leave the cavern behind, your steps echoing softly against the stone floor. The air here feels lighter, though not entirely free, more like the pause between verses in a song, the stillness that makes the next note inevitable. Ahead, the path widens into a vaulted chamber, its ceiling so high it seems to brush against the stars themselves. Faint light streams down from cracks in the rock above, not sunlight, but the eerie phosphorescence of the duat itself, as if the underworld has its own kind of starlight to guide the way. You pause and notice something unusual. The floor beneath your feet is no longer just stone. It glimmers faintly, as if dusted with ground obsidian and quartz. Each step releases a muted sparkle, like walking across the frozen river of stars. This is no accident. The Egyptians imagined the underworld as both terrifying and beautiful, a place filled with danger, but also glowing with mystery. To them, Death was never just darkness. It was transformation, transition, a new beginning masked in shadow. Mainstream fact: in Egyptian belief, the duat wasn't simply hell or the afterlife. It was a liminal realm, a crossing point where souls faced trials, where the sun god fought chaos, and where balance was tested. It wasn't entirely good or evil, but a mirror of the world above. Rivers flowed through it, islands dotted its landscapes, and gates guarded each hour of the night. Unlike some traditions that saw the afterlife as a final resting place, the Egyptians treated it as an ongoing journey. Every soul, even Ra himself, had to travel through its depths. You look closer at the chamber walls, and they seem alive with imagery. Painted panels flicker in the torchlight, each one capturing a scene from Ra's voyage. You see boats gliding through dark waters, flanked by rows of deities. You see monstrous beings chained by spells, their bodies twisted into impossible forms, half serpent, half crocodile, half scorpion. And then at the center of it all, Ra's solar bark glowing golden, a torch against infinite night. Here's the quirky tidbit. Some of these wall images weren't just paintings. They were literal magic spells captured in art form. The Egyptians believed that drawing a monster and then carving a knife through it in paint or chaining it with painted ropes wasn't symbolic but functional. To their minds, the creature was already bound, trapped within the image, neutralized for eternity. Imagine decorating your living room with drawings that also doubled as a magical security system. Oh, that's not just wall art. It's keeping a giant snake from eating my soul. As you trace the images, you sense the narrative tightening. Each gate, each hour, each trial of the night wasn't random. It was structured like a cosmic calendar. Ra's journey through the duat mirrored the passage of human souls, teaching that survival came not through brute strength alone, but through knowledge, preparation, and ritual. The underworld was a place of order within chaos, where everything had its appointed time and place. The chamber grows warmer now, heat rising as if some hidden furnace lies deeper within. You hear faint chanting echoing through the corridors, low, resonant tones, syllables stretched long, vibrating through the stone itself. You can't make out the words, but the sound is steady, hypnotic. Priestly voices, perhaps, carried across eternity. In the temples above, priests would chant these very hymns to accompany Ra's voyage, ensuring that chaos was never left unchecked. You realize you're not only walking the myth, you're walking inside the prayer itself. The torchlight flickers, and the chamber seems to shift. For a moment, the stone walls dissolve into water. You are standing on the deck of the solar bark, rocking gently as it glides across a river darker than ink. Around you, the gods keep their vigil. Seth leans at the prow, eyes sharp, spear gripped tight. Behind him, Horus and Isis whisper protective words, their hands glowing faintly with magic. Ra stands in the center, silent, his gaze fixed forward. He knows what awaits, the endless battle, the serpent's return. But he does not falter. Mainstream fact: the Egyptians believed this nightly journey wasn't just Ra's burden. It was essential for all of creation. If Ra failed, if Apophis swallowed him, or if chaos overcame order, the sun would not rise, crops would not grow, the Nile would dry up. In short, life itself would unravel. Every dawn, therefore, wasn't just the sun peeking over the horizon. It was victory. It was proof that Ra had survived the night once more. You can almost feel the weight of that expectation pressing down on you. The air grows thicker, the stars above seem to dim. Somewhere in the distance, the water ripples, a slow disturbance that spreads wider and wider. The gods stiffen. The chanting grows louder, sharper, filled with urgency. You lean against the bark's side, breath caught in your chest as the river begins to surge. And then you see it. From the depths rises a form so massive it seems to blot out the horizon. Scales glisten like molten copper, eyes glow like furnaces. Apophis emerges again, mouth yawning open wide enough to swallow the vessel whole. His hiss rattles the air, shaking the very fabric of the cavern. The bark trembles beneath your feet, and for a moment, you wonder if this will be the night Ra fails. But then Seth moves. With a roar that echoes like thunder, he drives his spear forward, the point gleaming like lightning. Thought's voice rises in a spell, words slicing through the dark like blades of sound. Flames leap from the bark, coiling around the serpent, binding it in fiery chains. Ra raises his staff, and light bursts forth, not the full blaze of the sun, but a focused beam of divine brilliance, sharp enough to pierce the endless night. The serpent thrashes, the waters boil, and the chamber shakes, yet the bark holds steady. You hold steady, and slowly, inevitably, Apophis recoils, his massive body sinking back into the depths, defeated once more. The water stills, the chanting softens, the silence returns. The gods relax, but only slightly. They know this isn't the end. Apophis will be back tomorrow, and the next day, and the day after that. Victory is never permanent, only earned night after night through vigilance and courage. You exhale, realizing that this was the lesson the Egyptians lived with. Chaos is never destroyed, only managed. And perhaps that's why the story feels so strangely modern. Even now, in your world of deadlines and alarms and sleepless nights, you know the serpent always returns, but the dawn always does too. You step off the bark and back onto the smooth stone floor of the chamber. Your torch steadies. The path continues, winding deeper into the duat. And you realize you've only seen the beginning. The night is long, and Ra's voyage has only just begun. The chamber narrows again, and you step forward into a long passage where the ceiling dips low, close enough that the torchlight brushes its surface. Strange carvings line the walls, etched deep into the stone. Rows of figures with animal heads carrying staffs, guarding doors that are not doors but carved illusions. Their eyes seem to follow you, unblinking, as though testing your resolve. The air here feels thicker, as though every breath carries the weight of centuries. You realize this is no ordinary corridor. It is the first of many gates of the Duat. In the Egyptian imagination, the journey of Ra and of every soul was not a single open road, but a series of guarded checkpoints, each demanding the right words, the right offerings, the right balance. You could not simply walk through. You had to prove you belonged. Mainstream fact, the ancient Egyptians believed in a highly structured afterlife, divided into 12 hours of the night. Each hour corresponded to a region of the Duat, guarded by serpents, demons, or gatekeepers. To pass, the deceased, or Ra himself, had to recite specific spells from texts like the Amduat or the Book of Gates. These weren't just symbolic. Without the right knowledge, the soul was lost, swallowed by chaos, or dissolved into nothingness. Knowledge itself was survival. The carvings glow faintly, as if remembering the words once spoken here. The figures on the wall stretch taller, their staffs shimmering, their mouths open, but no sound escapes. You realize they are waiting, not for a sacrifice, but for speech. The Egyptians believed in the power of utterance. Words weren't just communication, they were acts of creation. To name something was to give it life, to bind it, or to destroy it. Without words, without the proper chants, you would remain trapped here forever. Here's a quirky tidbit. In some funerary texts, the gatekeepers of the Duat weren't only terrifying, they often had strange, sometimes almost comical names. One might be he who swallows his own excrement, another, she who dances in blood. These odd names weren't for shock value, but to remind the traveler that knowing the name itself gave you power. If you could call a gatekeeper by its secret name, you proved you have the knowledge to move forward. Imagine facing a demon who looks like a nightmare come to life, and the way to defeat it is by knowing its embarrassing nickname. The corridor stretches onward, and your torch sputters. Ahead, a massive stone doorway looms, carved with the image of a serpent swallowing its own tail, a symbol of eternity, the endless cycle of time. The door shudders, as though alive, and slowly it creaks open. Beyond lies a chamber filled with shadowy figures, their outlines blurred, shifting, flickering like smoke caught in a draft. These are the souls of the dead, waiting, drifting, unsure if they will pass or be devoured. You step among them, and the silence presses against you. Some look upward, hopeful, their faces half-formed in the gloom. Others crouch low, shivering as if already knowing their fate. You realize that in this part of the Duat, not everyone is moving forward. Some will never leave this chamber. Their sins, their ignorance, or their arrogance has already sealed their doom. The gods on the solar bark move cautiously now. Thoth lingers at the edge of the crowd, his ibis head scanning, tallying, recording. He is not just a god of wisdom, but a cosmic scribe, ensuring that every action is remembered, every decision weighed. You sense his presence here, scribbling silently in the dark, as if preparing for what is to come, the final weighing, the judgment that no soul can avoid. Mainstream fact and Egyptian belief, the journey through the Duat was not the end of judgment, it was preparation. At each stage, the soul had to survive trials, overcome monsters, and speak spells correctly. Only then could it hope to reach the great hall of Ma'at, where the heart was weighed against the feather of truth. What you are walking now is the prelude, the waiting room of eternity, filled with anticipation and dread. The torchlight reveals strange hieroglyphs scrawled across the floor, not neat and orderly, but chaotic, as if scratched in desperation. They aren't words of power, but fragments, half-forgotten prayers, muttered too late. Some are smeared, blurred into nothingness. Others glow faintly, the last remnants of voices clinging to the stone. You wonder how many of these souls failed, not because they were wicked, but because they didn't know the right words, didn't have the right preparation. Death, it seems, was not just about morality, but about memory, literacy, and ritual. The air shifts again, and you feel movement, soft, slithering, like silk sliding across stone. From the far side of the chamber, a long, coiled shadow begins to unfurl. At first, you think it's Apophis returning, but this is something smaller, quicker, darting along the walls. A guardian serpent, one of the countless lesser demons of the Duat. Its eyes gleam faintly, and its tongue flickers as it slides closer. The souls scatter back, but you stand frozen, watching as it coils around a trembling figure. The man gasps, his form dissolving into smoke, snuffed out like a candle. The serpent hisses and turns its head toward you. For a moment, the silence is absolute. Then you remember, the Egyptians believed you could defeat such creatures not with weapons, but with words. You raise your torch and whisper, not a spell, not a chant, but a steady declaration of presence. The serpent pauses, its body tightening, then slowly withdraws, melting back into the shadows. You exhale, realizing how fragile the line between survival and annihilation was in this imagined world. The chamber fades behind you, and the road continues, smoother now, lined with statues of jackals and falcons. Each one watches silently, guardians, marking the path. The souls no longer follow, they remain behind, waiting for their turn, their test. You walk alone again, the torch guiding you toward deeper mysteries, toward darker trials. And ahead, faintly, you see another glow. Not torchlight, not starlight, but something steadier, whiter, a pale radiance that pulses slowly, like a heartbeat. The road bends toward it, pulling you closer, whispering of the judgment that waits beyond. The pale glow grows stronger as you step forward, leaving behind the murmuring shadows of the waiting souls. The air feels clearer now, as if scrubbed of smoke, yet heavier with expectation. The torches along the wall sputter and fade until only that white light guides you onward, cool and steady, drawing you like a beacon. The path widens into a vast chamber, and here the journey changes. No more twisting corridors, no more lurking serpents in the dark. Instead, you find yourself standing at the edge of something immense, something unmistakably divine, the Hall of Two Truths. It is silent when you enter, though you sense the faint hum of invisible wings, the breath of unseen figures waiting in the gloom. At the far end of the chamber, raised high upon a dais, stands the great set of scales. They gleam softly, not of bronze or iron, but of something purer, polished until they glow like the moon itself. One pan hangs empty, waiting. The other already bears its eternal occupant, a single white feather, impossibly light, yet burdens with the weight of the cosmos. This is the feather of Ma'at, the measure of truth, justice, balance. Against it, every heart must be weighed. Mainstream fact, the Egyptians believed that in the Hall of Two Truths, each soul faced final judgment before Osiris, lord of the underworld. The heart, thought to hold one's memory, morality, and deeds, was placed on the scale and measured against the feather of Ma'at. A heart heavy with sin tipped the balance downward, dooming its owner. A heart light with truth balanced evenly, granting passage to eternal life. Unlike some traditions that focused on faith or repentance, the Egyptians tied salvation to the totality of one's life. Every action mattered. The chamber around you stretches wide, its walls inscribed with scenes of cosmic justice, scribes recording, gods observing, mortals trembling. Pillars rise like tree trunks, their surfaces etched with stars, as if reminding you that this is not just a courtroom, but a mirror of the heavens. At the center sits Osiris, his green skin luminous in the dim glow, his crown tall and plumed, crook and flail crossed upon his chest. His eyes watch steadily, not cruelly, but without indulgence, as though he has seen this scene replay 1,000,000 times before and will see it 1,000,000 times again. To his side stands Thoth, the ibis-headed scribe, papyrus in hand. Every judgment is recorded, every verdict written. The Egyptians believed nothing was lost, not even in death. Your deeds were carved into eternity by the pen of a god. You glance toward him, and his gaze, sharp and narrow, reminds you of a school teacher, catching you whispering answers during a test. No excuses, no omissions. Everything is seen. On the other side of the scales waits a figure who shifts uneasily in the shadows. You notice the lion's mane first, then the crocodile jaws, then the heavy, squat body of a hippopotamus. This is Ammit, the devourer of souls. She crouches low, eyes gleaming, drool thick as tar glistening from her teeth. She is not a goddess, not a queen of the dead, but an enforcer, a punishment given flesh. If the scales tip against you, your heart will not burn, will not linger, will not return. It will be swallowed whole by Ammit, obliterated into non-existence. The Egyptians feared her deeply, for she did not torture or imprison, she erased. To fail here was to vanish from memory and from time. Here's a quirky tidbit. Ammit was often called the crocodile of the West, and some Egyptologists suggest her mixed form, lion, hippo, crocodile, wasn't random at all. These three were the most dangerous animals known to the Egyptians. By combining them, the myth created the ultimate predator, an embodiment of every nightmare that could lurk along the Nile. To a culture that feared both the wilderness and the river's depths, Ammit was terror made symbolic, the sum of all things that could destroy you. You take a step closer, and the floor shivers beneath you. A shadow detaches itself from the wall, and suddenly you are no longer merely watching judgment, you are part of it. The scale creaks, the feather gleams, and a faint pressure rises in your chest. You feel your heartbeat echoing through the chamber, each thump resonating like a drum. In the Egyptian mind, this was not metaphorical. Your literal heart was weighed, pulled from your chest, placed upon the pan. And in that moment, everything you were, kindness, cruelty, forgotten promises, whispered lies, was made visible. No pretending, no hiding. The souls around you murmur. Some pray, some sob, others stand in silence, waiting. For them, the outcome is absolute, eternal bliss or eternal erasure. But for Ra, who journeys nightly through this chamber, the test is symbolic. Each night he proves that order outweighs chaos, that light outweighs darkness. His victory here ensures that dawn will come again, that the sun will rise. Without balance in this hall, the world itself would collapse into night. The feather glows brighter, and your heart feels strangely light. The scales tilt slightly, then settle, even and balanced. Osiris inclines his head and Thoth scribbles quickly. Ammit snarls in frustration, her jaws clamping down on empty air. For tonight at least, you have passed. The way forward opens, not in joy, not yet, but into continuation, into the next step of the endless road. The hall fades behind you, its light dimming, and the torches return. You realize that judgment here is never final, not in the way you once thought. It is repeated, retold, lived through again and again. Each night Ra enters, each night he is weighed, each night he emerges victorious. And through his cycle, humanity takes comfort. Death may be absolute, but meaning can be reborn with the rising sun. The passage ahead narrows once more, the weight of the chamber fading into softer air. Somewhere distant, you hear the ripple of water, the faint lapping of the underworld river. It calls you onward, promising not peace, not yet, but another layer of the story waiting to unfold.
The air grows damp as you step away from the Hall of Two Truths, the cold stone walls giving way to something softer, wetter. A faint mist curls at your ankles, rising from the ground like breath, and the glow of the torches reflects off rippling surfaces. You realize you're no longer walking across stone, but along a narrow bank. The underworld river stretches out beside you, vast and dark, its surface catching fragments of starlight that shouldn't even be here. It is silent, but the kind of silence that feels watchful, alive, as if the water itself is listening. You pause to look out over the current, and the weight of it settles on you. This is no ordinary river. To the Egyptians, this was a cosmic barrier, a boundary between the judged soul and the journey beyond. Here Ra himself sails each night, and here countless souls hope to cross. The river winds endlessly, flowing both with time and against it, as if carrying yesterday and tomorrow together in the same current. You can almost hear whispers riding the water, voices of the forgotten, prayers of the living, chants of priests on temple steps far above. Mainstream fact, in Egyptian cosmology, the Duat, their underworld, wasn't a static place of punishment or reward. It was a landscape, a river, fields, caverns, mountains, all woven together into a kind of mirror world. The deceased were believed to sail along the river in boats, just as the sun god Ra did. To the Egyptians, water was life, and so even in death, water carried the soul forward. The Nile had shaped their daily existence, so naturally it shaped their cosmic geography too. The mist thickens, curling in pale tendrils, and a low sound breaks the stillness, the creak of oars dipping into water. Out of the gloom, a boat emerges, long and narrow, its hull carved from cedar that gleams with strange light. At its prow stands a single figure, cloaked, face hidden beneath a linen hood. He says nothing, only gestures for you to step aboard. The silence is absolute. You know instinctively this ferryman speaks in actions, not words.
Here's a quirky tidbit. Though Greek mythology gave us the well-known ferryman Charon, Egyptian myth had something similar centuries earlier. In the Book of the Dead, the deceased often encountered a ferryman or boatman who helped them cross sections of the Duat. Some texts even give his name, Haraf Hef, meaning he whose face is turned backwards. Imagine boarding a boat only to find your ferryman's head twisted the wrong way, gazing eternally behind him as he rows forward. A little unsettling, to say the least. You step onto the boat, the wood cold beneath your sandals. The ferryman pushes off, and the vessel glides into the current with eerie smoothness. The water makes no splash, no ripple, as though it resents being disturbed. The torches on the shore vanish into the mist, and soon there is only you, the ferryman, and the endless dark river. The silence presses in, heavy, like a blanket, broken only by the soft dip and pull of the oars. Your eyes adjust, and slowly you notice shapes moving beneath the surface. Long, shadowy forms glide just below the waterline, fish too large to be real, their scales glinting like bronze shields. One rises close enough that you glimpse an eye, vast and unblinking, the size of your fist. You recoil slightly, but the ferryman does not pause. These creatures are guardians, watchers, reminders that nothing in the Duat goes unseen. The river widens, and suddenly ahead you see lights, tiny pinpricks bobbing in the distance. As you draw closer, you realize they are not lanterns, but the reflections of stars, constellations mirrored perfectly upon the surface of the water. Orion strides, Cassiopeia bends, the scorpion curls, all of them flowing not in the sky, but in the river below. It's as if the heavens themselves are doubled here, granting you a second night sky beneath your feet. The Egyptians believed this mirroring wasn't metaphor. They saw the Duat as the underbelly of the cosmos, the place where the sun, moon, and stars passed unseen. To look into the river here was to look into the skeleton of the universe, to see the structure beneath the skin of daylight.
And then, without warning, the boat tilts sharply. The water shudders, and a hiss cuts the silence. Out of the mist rises a shape so massive it seems to block the horizon. A coiling serpent, scales gleaming like wet obsidian, mouth gaping wide enough to swallow the boat whole. This is Apophis, the eternal enemy of Ra, the embodiment of chaos, forever trying to halt the journey of the sun. His body coils and loops around itself, endless, each twist blotting out more of the starlight. You freeze, your breath caught as the ferryman continues to row, unflinching. He does not fight. That is not his role. Somewhere beyond your sight, you hear the thunder of Ra's solar bark, the clash of spears, the cries of gods who defend the light each night. The Egyptians believed that every single night, Apophis tried to devour the sun, plunging the cosmos into eternal darkness. And every single night, Ra and his allies fought him back, ensuring the dawn. Quirky detail: priests in Egypt actually performed rituals to assist Ra in this battle. They recited spells from the Book of Overthrowing Apophis, stabbing wax effigies of the serpent, spitting on them, burning them, slicing them into pieces. Imagine priests chanting at midnight, stabbing a clay snake repeatedly while believing that their actions helped keep the actual sun afloat in the heavens. It was cosmic teamwork on a mythological scale. The serpent hisses again, its jaws snapping shut just short of the boat, sending a spray of cold mist across your face. Then, slowly, it sinks back beneath the water, its vast coils unspooling into the depths. The stars return, trembling on the surface, and the ferryman rows onward as though nothing had happened. Your heartbeat slows, the mist thins, and ahead, on the far bank, you see a faint glow, like dawn rising, though you know it is not dawn yet. The river is nearly crossed, the journey deeper into the Duat waiting. The prow of the ferry crunches softly against the far bank, and the ferryman motions silently for you to step ashore. The mist clings to your ankles as you disembark, and then, just like that, the boat drifts away, vanishing back into the river as if it had never been there. You're left standing on unfamiliar ground, the air thicker, warmer, and charged with a faint humming vibration that makes the hairs on your arms rise. It feels as though this place is alive, pulsing with anticipation. You take a few tentative steps forward, and the terrain reveals itself. The soil is dark, almost black, speckled with strange glowing crystals that give off a dim bluish light. They cast long, warped shadows of your figure across the ground. Around you, the land isn't flat, but undulating, as though the earth itself were breathing. Each rise and fall feels deliberate, like the pulse of some giant sleeping creature just below the surface. This, the Egyptians believed, was where lost souls wandered. They called it the Fields of Shadows, or in some versions, desolate marshes where reeds twisted into knots and paths led nowhere. Those who passed through the Duat unworthy didn't go to a fiery hell the way later traditions imagined. It was far worse. They were denied rebirth. Some became shades, stumbling endlessly through places like this. Others were erased entirely, devoured so that even their names dissolved. To the ancient mind, to be forgotten was the deepest punishment. Shapes begin to emerge in the gloom, and the hairs at the back of your neck stand straighter. You're not alone. Figures shuffle slowly at the edges of your vision, their outlines blurred as though made of smoke. They move in no clear direction, drifting aimlessly, heads bowed. Every so often, one lifts its gaze, and you see faces that look unfinished, eyes like shallow hollows, mouths cracked, features half-formed. They're fragments, souls that never completed their journey. They don't look at you with malice, only with a kind of aching vacancy, as though their stories were torn out before they reached their ending. It's unsettling, yet strangely not terrifying.
They feel more like echoes than true presences, caught in loops of movement they cannot escape. You can almost imagine them as actors rehearsing lines for a play whose script has been lost. The Egyptians were nothing if not practical, though. They armed their dead with instructions. Spells etched into papyrus or carved into coffins were roadmaps for places like this, filled with phrases to recite at doorways, charms to bypass guardians, even magical sandals so the deceased wouldn't burn their feet on blistering sand. In a way, the Book of the Dead was a travel guide, complete with passwords and emergency tips. Imagine being buried with a cosmic survival manual under your arm. If challenged by a crocodile-headed guard, say these words and proceed calmly. It almost makes you smile, the thought of eternity running on cheat codes. The path you follow curves, and a cavern comes into view. Its entrance yawns like a dark mouth, the stone walls etched with hieroglyphs that glimmer faintly. But they don't stay still. As the torchlight flickers, the symbols change. One moment a falcon, then a feather, then a serpent coiling across the wall. The Egyptians believed words were alive, infused with Heka, the magic that powered the universe. Carve a spell into stone, and it wasn't simply a decoration. It was the spell itself, breathing, protecting, warning. The very walls around you are guardians, keeping chaos at bay. From within, you hear a sound, a low rustling like dry reeds brushing together, though you know this is no marsh. A breath of hot air drifts out, heavy with the scent of resin and something faintly scorched. You step inside, the walls glowing brighter with each pace, and the rustle grows louder. Then you see her, Ammit, the devourer. She crouches beside a pool of black water, her body a monstrous fusion. Head of a crocodile, jaws wide and gleaming, forelegs of a lion, tense and powerful. Hindquarters of a hippopotamus, massive and unyielding. Her amber eyes burn in the gloom, tracking you with slow precision. She doesn't move yet, but her heavy tail sways, brushing against the stone with a low thud. Ammit wasn't imagined as a villain, but as balance. If the heart of the dead failed its weighing against the feather of truth, it was cast to her. She devoured it, and the soul it belonged to ceased to exist. No torture, no second chances, just erasure. In a world that lived and breathed for memory, for names carved in tombs, for monuments raised high, obliteration was a punishment worse than fire. Some Egyptians took precautions against even the possibility of being handed over to her. Amulets in the shape of scarabs were placed among the wrappings of the dead, inscribed with spells begging the heart not to betray its owner during judgment. Do not stand against me. Do not bear witness against me. You can almost laugh at the irony. Imagine being so nervous about your own heart tattling on you that you bury yourself with jewelry designed to bribe it into silence. Ammit's jaws snap once, a sound sharp and wet in the air, and you freeze where you stand. The message is clear. She can wait. She can watch. She can devour. Whether she does so is not her choice, but yours. The hieroglyphs flare brighter, sending a ripple of light through the cavern. Slowly, Ammit lowers her head and slips back into the shadows, the glow of her eyes lingering a heartbeat longer before fading. The path stretches beyond her lair, and you move forward, though her presence clings to you like a scent you can't wash away. Each step reminds you that the journey here isn't only about Ra's nightly voyage across the Dawat. It's also about the fragile thread of truth, memory, and balance that each soul carries. And as the silence of the cavern returns, you feel the lesson pressing close. Arrogance, deceit, or denial won't summon flames or chains here. They summon only one thing, a waiting mouth, ready to erase you. The cavern narrows as you move on,
the air tightening until the torch in your hand feels like the only warm thing left in the world. Each step echoes differently now, no longer the loose crunch of dust and gravel, but the faint, ringing sound of stone worn smooth. It's as though countless feet have passed this way before you, smoothing every surface, leaving behind an invisible trail of memory. Ahead, the walls begin to breathe outward, swelling into a chamber where the ceiling arches high above you like the underside of a colossal ship. The torchlight ripples along polished pillars carved to resemble papyrus stalks, each one so detailed you half expect them to sway in a breeze that doesn't exist. The silence is no longer empty. It is charged, ceremonial, the hush of a courtroom just before a verdict. And then you see it, the Hall of Ma'at, the place of judgment. At the far end of the hall, in a throne of dark stone inlaid with lapis lazuli, sits Osiris. His green skin glows softly in the dim golden light, a reminder that he himself is both ruler of the dead and symbol of rebirth. Linen wrappings cling to his body, reminding you that even a god must wear the marks of death if he is to reign here. His eyes, calm and unblinking, have the patience of eternity. He has judged more souls than you could ever imagine, and still he waits for the next with the same impartial gaze. Beside him stands Ma'at, goddess of truth, her form smaller, gentler, yet somehow commanding more awe than the throne itself. The ostrich feather on her crown gleams with a light that seems unearthly, so white it almost hums. That single feather will decide more than armies, more than kingdoms. It is the yardstick of eternity. Scribes cluster nearby, scrolls unfurled across their knees, reed pens dipped in ink that glistens like midnight water. Among them, Thoth, the ibis-headed scribe of the gods, leans forward with the keen patience of a judge's clerk. He will record everything that happens here, every rise and fall of the scales, every tremor of a heart under examination. There will be no mistakes, no forgotten details. In this place, nothing slips between the cracks. And crouched just below the scales themselves is Ammit. Her crocodile jaws stretch lazily, her leonine claws scrape the polished floor, and her hippopotamus haunches twitch with restless hunger. She doesn't blink, she doesn't yawn. She waits, a predator whose feast depends entirely on whether a soul's heart outweighs a feather. It's not cruelty, it's simply balance, the natural order of things. To fail here is to vanish utterly, not tormented forever, but erased, devoured, denied the comfort of any afterlife. Some found this terrifying, others found it merciful. Your torch flickers as the scales come into view. Two broad golden pans hang suspended from the beam, so finely balanced that even your breath makes them quiver. On one pan, a heart-shaped glow appears, not the organ itself, but the luminous essence of one. It pulses faintly, casting red gold ripples across the chamber. On the other pan lies Ma'at's feather, weightless, delicate, yet utterly immovable. This is the weighing of the heart. The Egyptians believed every soul came here, rich or poor, priest or farmer. No one skipped the line. And no amount of treasure or tomb goods could tip these scales in your favor. What mattered were your deeds, your truthfulness, your kindness, the weight of your wrongdoing. To prove innocence, each soul recited what we now call the negative confession, 42 declarations spoken to the gods who presided over the trial. I have not stolen. I have not killed. I have not lied. I have not blasphemed. I have not caused another to weep without cause. 42 statements of restraint, not boasting, not I built temples or I gave grain to the poor. Just I did not disturb the balance. It's surprisingly simple, isn't it? Other cultures spun entire codes of law or lists of commandments. The Egyptians boiled it down to this: keep your heart light. Live so that your conscience does not drag you down. Still, they weren't naive. They knew people faltered, and so they hedged their bets with magic. Scarab amulets, polished from green stone, were often placed on the chest of the deceased, inscribed with spells begging the heart not to betray its owner. One common line read, "O my heart, do not stand against me as a witness. Do not oppose me in the tribunal." Imagine that, whispering to your own heart, pleading with it not to rat you out. A cosmic bribe tucked beneath bandages. Your footsteps echo louder in the chamber now, though you're hardly moving. You feel as if you've been drawn into the ritual yourself, as though your own heart might soon be set upon the scales. The torchlight trembles, casting shifting shadows of Ammit's jaws on the floor. You breathe slowly, and the hall seems to breathe with you, its golden light pulsing faintly in rhythm with your chest. You realize something quietly unnerving. This isn't just a ritual for the dead, it's a mirror for the living. Standing here, you can't help but measure your own weight, your own honesty, the burdens you carry. Would your heart prove heavier than a feather? The question lingers, a whisper sliding down the vaulted walls. Osiris doesn't speak. He doesn't need to. His silence weighs more than a sermon. Mot's feather glimmers untouched, unmoved by the centuries. And Thoth's pen scratches steadily, as though your thoughts themselves are being recorded. For a moment, you glimpse faint shapes at the edge of the chamber, souls waiting in line, each holding their heart like a lantern. Some glow brightly, others flicker weakly. They shuffle forward, one by one, into judgment. A few vanish into Ammit's waiting jaws, their glow snuffed in an instant. Others grow brighter, lighter, until the scales steady and Osiris inclines his head, granting passage into the field of reeds. That paradise was more than just a heaven. It was Egypt perfected, a mirror of their fertile land, with endless crops, clear waters, and work that was joy rather than drudgery. To join Osiris there was to live forever in the best version of the Nile Valley, surrounded by family, nourished, safe. It wasn't gold palaces or endless feasts. It was balance, the same principle that governed the scales. The golden pans shimmer, then slowly dissolve, their glow scattering like dust into the air. Ammit slinks backward, her hunger unsated for now, fading into the shadows where she waits for the next trial. Osiris and Ma'at remain steady, as eternal as stone, but the hall itself softens. The pillars blurring at the edges, the papyrus stalks bending gently as though swaying at last in an unseen breeze. You take a final step forward, the polished floor reflecting your shape one last time, though this time your reflection moves perfectly in sync, as if balance has been restored. The glow fades into calm darkness, and the chamber exhales, releasing you to continue. The Hall of Ma'at remains behind, but its lesson follows you. Keep your heart light. Keep your conscience unburdened, for even in dreams, there is always a feather waiting to weigh you. The chamber of judgment drifts behind you, dissolving into shadows that ripple like disturbed water. Your footsteps fall onto a new surface, smooth again, but softer, almost like sand compressed under countless centuries of ritual processions. The torch you carry burns low, its flame shrinking into a faint ember, but before you can worry about the dark, another glow rises to meet you. This time, it isn't fire, it's starlight. Overhead, The ceiling of stone melts away, revealing the night sky stretched wide and infinite. Stars crowd so thickly together it looks like someone spilled silver dust across the heavens. And threading through that brilliance is the Milky Way, luminous and river-like. The Egyptians called it the winding waterway, or sometimes the celestial Nile, a heavenly counterpart to the river that nourished their world. To them, it wasn't empty sky. It was another road, another current carrying the sun god Ra on his nightly voyage. You watch as a great bark shimmers into view above, carved from gold that glows as if lit from within. Its curved hull is etched with symbols you can't quite decipher, though they ripple like living things. The bark doesn't drift gently like a cloud. It moves with purpose, cutting through the heavens as though cleaving waves of darkness. You realize you are no longer looking up at it. You're standing on its deck. The air hums here. The timbers beneath your feet feel alive, vibrating with the pulse of ancient power. Ahead, Ra himself stands at the prow. His form blazes, crowned with the solar disk, encircled by a cobra, radiating light even in the heart of night. Yet his posture is not triumphant. His shoulders lean forward, his gaze sharp and wary. This is not the triumphant Ra of daylight, sailing calmly across the sky for all mortals to admire. This is Ra the warrior, Ra the night voyager, who battles through chaos every single evening just so dawn might exist again. It's a strange comfort to realize the Egyptians imagined their sun god not as an untouchable force, but someone who had to struggle tirelessly for every sunrise. Night was not passive darkness, it was the battlefield of existence. Without victory here, tomorrow simply would not come. Crew members surround Ra, each god playing their role in this nightly theater of survival. Atum, the creator, stands near the stern, his gaze heavy and ancient, a reminder of beginnings. Up front, Sia, the embodiment of perception, keeps a sharp watch, eyes glowing like torches themselves. Beside him, Hu, the god of utterance, grips a staff, for in this realm, words themselves are weapons. And near the center of the ship crouches a hulking form you recognize from temple walls. Set, the god of storms, chaos, and disorder, usually a rival, here enlisted to wield his ferocity against something even more dangerous than himself. Because soon, from the edges of the dark, you hear it. The hiss, low and steady, like air escaping the lungs of the world. The serpent comes. Apophis, the eternal enemy. A serpent so vast it makes rivers look like threads. Its body coils endlessly, scales glittering like shards of obsidian, each movement of its coils stirring whirlpools in the very fabric of night. Its eyes blaze red, pits of fury fixed on Ra's Barca. This isn't a duel of equals. This is a clash between order and chaos itself. If Apophis swallows the sun, light will never return. The world would dissolve into nothingness. The ship vibrates harder, as though Apophis's presence alone rattles the cosmos. Gods spring into action. Sia shouts warnings, Hu speaks incantations so sharp you feel them cut the air, and Set bellows a roar that echoes like thunder across the Star River. He thrusts a great spear forward, its point glowing like lightning, and it meets the serpent's scales with a ringing crack. Sparks leap, scattering across the night sky like meteors. But Apophis is relentless. Its jaws gape wide, revealing darkness deeper than night. Fangs curved like ivory scythes. The serpent lunges, and the barker rocks violently, timbers groaning, stars tilting overhead. For an instant, you feel yourself sliding across the deck, the void yawning just inches away. Ra does not falter. His gaze burns steady, one hand lifting the solar disk higher, as though daring the serpent to try. He radiates more than light. He radiates defiance. Around him, the gods chant, their voices overlapping in a rhythm that thrums in your bones. It isn't just noise, it's magic, woven sound meant to bind chaos, to hold the serpent back. The Egyptians believed these battles happened every night, unseen yet essential. Priests even held rituals in temples to assist Ra, reciting spells to weaken Apophis, stabbing wax effigies of the serpent, burning them in braziers. In their minds, the sun's safe return each morning wasn't automatic. It was earned, clawed from the serpent's grip, a victory replayed across eternity. Imagine waking up every day and thinking, good, Ra survived again. Sunrise wasn't taken for granted. It was relief. And yet, there's something strangely soothing in that thought. Because if even gods must fight to bring light into the world, then maybe struggle itself is not a failure. It's the rhythm of existence. The night isn't scary because it's endless. It's meaningful because every dawn proves someone, somewhere, held the darkness at bay. On the deck, Set plunges his spear again, this time striking deeper. An Apophis shrieks, the sound so vast the stars themselves tremble. The serpent recoils, its coils writhing, its body twisting back into the void. For now, it is beaten, though never slain. Tomorrow night, it will rise again. Tomorrow night, the battle will rage anew, and the gods will be waiting, as they always are, ready to fight for another sunrise. The bark steadies, its prow slicing forward once more. The stars calm, glittering like patient witnesses. The deck beneath your feet grows warmer, and for a moment, you could almost believe it is morning already, the promise of light stirring in your chest. You breathe deeply. The hum of the bark softens, fading like a lullaby. Ra remains at the prow, his silhouette glowing against the horizon that isn't yet dawn, but promises to be. You realize that even in myth, even in dreams, the simplest truths hold. Light returns, not by chance, but by courage. The serpent's hiss fades. The stars pulse faintly, steady once more. And the bark sails on, carrying you deeper into night, deeper into story. The hum of the solar bark drifts into silence, leaving only the faint shimmer of stars overhead and the steady rhythm of your own breathing. The battle with Apophis fades like a dream you're reluctant to let go of, still vivid, still heavy with meaning, but already softening at the edges. The deck beneath your feet dissolves into stone again, cool and solid, as though you've stepped back into the corridors of an eternal temple. The walls here glow faintly, not with torches, but with paint, murals that seem alive even after thousands of years. Gold's leaf still clings to certain symbols, catching starlight that shouldn't even reach this place. The figures painted across these walls are familiar. Gods with jackal heads, falcon masks, ibis beaks, and human eyes that follow you with unnerving clarity. They are the keepers of the underworld, and tonight they are your guides into the heart of judgment. At the center of the chamber lies the great scale. Massive, its beams crafted from celestial bronze, the balance arms stretch wider than a doorway. One pan glitters with a single feather, light, delicate, and possibly pure. This is the feather of Mat, the goddess of truth, harmony, and cosmic order. Her presence is subtle, but you feel her in the quiet symmetry of the chamber, in the gentle hush that fills the air. The other pan waits empty, silent, like a hand held out for confession. And then the souls arrive. They drift into the chamber not as solid figures, but as wavering lights, each one shaped loosely like a person, but flickering, unstable, like candle flames in a draft. They step toward the scale one by one, hesitant but compelled, because this is the moment no one escapes, the weighing of the heart. The Egyptians believed your heart wasn't just an organ pumping blood. It was the seat of your essence, your memory, your morality. When you died, it was placed against Mat's feather. If it was lighter, if you had lived in balance, truth, and respect, you passed on to the field of reeds, a paradise mirroring Egypt itself. Fertile fields, gentle waters, endless sun. If your heart was heavy, weighed down with greed, cruelty, or falsehood, then your journey ended here. You watch as the first soul approaches. Its wavering shape steadies, and you glimpse the outline of a man. His hands tremble as Anubis, jackal-headed and calm as stone, guides him forward. The god's presence isn't frightening. It's steady, neutral, like a judge who neither condemns nor comforts, simply fulfills his role. He places the man's heart, glowing faintly like a small ember, onto the empty pan. The scale tips, wobbling, straining for balance. For a moment, it seems level. The man's form brightens, steadies, as though hope is within reach. But then, the heart sinks just slightly, and from the shadows, another figure steps forward. Ammit. Her body is a hybrid horror, the jaws of a crocodile, thick and jagged, the mane and chest of a lion, muscled and heavy, the haunches of a hippopotamus, broad and powerful. She is the devourer, the eater of souls, and she waits beside the scale with patient hunger. Her eyes glint with no malice, just inevitability. This is not cruelty. This is function. When the scale tips too far, Ammit lunges, her jaws snapping with bone-crushing force. The ember heart vanishes between her teeth. The soul flickers, sputters, and goes out like a candle in the wind. Silence follows, heavy and final. The Egyptians feared this more than any fiery hell. Oblivion, no rebirth, no afterlife, no name remembered in eternity. To be devoured by Ammit was to cease entirely, erased from cosmic memory. It wasn't punishment in the sense of suffering. It was annihilation. And in a culture obsessed with permanence, with carving names into stone, with building monuments that could outlast sand and wind, this was the ultimate terror. To be forgotten. Another soul steps forward, this one trembling harder. Again, Anubis places the heart on the scale. Again, it balances, sways, and this time, it steadies in perfect alignment with Ma'at's feather. The chamber seems to brighten, the air lighter. Thoth, the ibis-headed scribe of the gods, steps forward, his reed pen scratching across a scroll of light. The verdict is recorded, eternal. The soul glows brighter, steadier, then drifts onward, vanishing into a corridor that smells faintly of lotus blossoms and Nile water. The cycle repeats, soul after soul. Some pass, their light flowing into the eternal fields. Others falter, their embers lost to Ammit's jaws. And you, standing quietly at the edge of the chamber, begin to feel the rhythm of it. It isn't random. It isn't arbitrary. Every choice, every act, Every truth or lie carried weight. The Egyptians believed life was preparation for this balance, every moment nudging the scale one way or another. It's almost soothing in its way, because unlike the endless chaos of Apophis, here the rules are clear. Speak truth, live with balance, honor Ma'at. If you do, your soul is light and paradise awaits. If you don't, well, Ammit is always hungry. And here's where the quirky detail slips in. The Egyptians were so concerned about this trial that many were buried with heart scarabs, amulets inscribed with spells from the Book of the Dead. These charms weren't meant to protect the body, but the conscience. They were prayers that the heart wouldn't speak against the deceased during judgment. Imagine being so worried that your own heart might rat you out that you bribe it with magical jewelry. Shh, the scarab whispers. Don't tell them everything. It makes you smile, just faintly, even here in the solemn glow of the hall, because beneath the grandeur of myth, you can still glimpse the nervous humanity of it all, the fear of being judged, the hope of being forgiven, the quiet desire to cheat the test, just a little. The scales gleam, the feather glows. Ammit waits, patient and unblinking. And you, still watching, feel the weight of silence pressing around you. Not heavy, not frightening, but steady, like the heartbeat you suddenly notice in your own chest.
The chamber of judgment fades slowly, as though the scales and Ammit herself dissolve into mist, leaving you standing once more on the winding road of myth. The torches along the path flicker back into being, their flames steady and small, like companions that have been waiting for you all along. The air feels different now, lighter than the crushing weight of judgment, yet still touched with a sense of reverence. You've just witnessed the ultimate test of the soul, the Egyptians' answer to what lies beyond life. And yet, judgment is only a threshold. Beyond it lies the true promise, the dream that sustained the living and gave meaning to death, the field of reeds. The path beneath your feet begins to shift. Stone softens into earth, and the echo of your footsteps is replaced by the rustle of grass beneath your sandals. The torches blur and then vanish, their glow transforming into a softer golden light. Ahead, you hear the faint lap of water, the whisper of reeds swaying, and the gentle chorus of birds greeting the dawn. It feels as though you've crossed into a new world, familiar yet more vibrant than anything in life. The field of reeds, called the Aru, was not some faraway heaven above the clouds, but Egypt perfected. Imagine the Nile stretching endlessly, its surface calm and silver, sparkling beneath a sun that never burned too hot, never scorched the earth, never failed to rise. Along its banks, wheat and barley stand taller than the man, their golden stalks bending gracefully in the breeze. Date palms hang heavy with fruit, figs ripen without bruising, and lotus blossoms bloom in radiant hues across every waterway. Everything is alive here, but in a way untouched by decay. No crops fail, no animals starve, no hands blister from toil. It is abundance without suffering, work without exhaustion, life without death. As you walk further, the land unfolds around you like a dream. Fields stretch into the horizon, dotted with canals that gleam like ribbons of light. Farmers move among the stalks, but their labor is joyous, effortless, almost playful. The Egyptians didn't imagine paradise as idleness. Instead, they envisioned a perfected version of their beloved Nile Valley, a place where the rhythms of daily life continued, but every hardship had been stripped away. You could harvest eternally without fatigue, feast endlessly without hunger, and walk forever without weariness. This vision was radical in its inclusivity. In the earliest days of Egypt, the afterlife was a privilege reserved for pharaohs. Kings built vast tombs and stocked them with treasures, food, spells, and servants to guarantee their safe passage into eternity. But over time, the idea of eternal life expanded. By the New Kingdom, thanks to the Book of the Dead, the field of reeds became open to all Egyptians, not just rulers, but farmers, craftsmen, mothers, children. If your heart was light against the feather of Ma'at, you could join this paradise. It was a kind of spiritual democracy, eternity not as the possession of the elite, but as the reward of all who lived with truth and balance. And yet, even paradise required preparation. Egyptians filled their tombs with Shabbati figurines, small carved servants of wood or stone, tucked carefully into coffins. These figurines were inscribed with spells so that, in the fields of reeds, they would come alive and take on any burdens of labor. Imagine being buried with dozens of little helpers, each ready to leap into service. If there's digging to be done, let the Shabbatis do it. I've earned my rest. It's a quirky, deeply human detail, a kind of cosmic cheat code, ensuring that even in the afterlife, you didn't have to work too hard. You wander on, following the sound of rushing water. The Nile here splits into endless branches, a divine delta spreading in all directions. Its waters are impossibly clear, so transparent you can see fish darting like jewels beneath the surface. Lotus flowers float across the current, their petals glowing faintly as though lit from within. Birds wheel overhead in perfect arcs. Ibis and herons and falcons, their cries blending into a harmony that feels more like music than noise. Every sound here, the rustle of grain, the lapping of water, the chorus of animals, blends into a lullaby. And then you notice the people. Souls wander among the fields, whole and at peace. Families sit together beneath the shade of palms, laughing softly. Elders who had long since faded in life walk upright again, strong and clear-eyed. Children chase one another, their laughter ringing across the fields like silver bells. Lovers hold hands, reunited beyond the grave. The field of reeds wasn't some alien paradise of clouds and harps. It was home, restored and perfected. That was the Egyptian genius. They didn't imagine eternity as escape, but as continuity. You lived as you had always lived, only without suffering. Even here, myth continued to weave its presence. In the distance, you glimpse Ra's bark, sailing smoothly across the horizon. But this time, there are no coils of Apophis, no roars of battle. The sun god glides peacefully, his voyage a reminder that eternity is not stillness, but rhythm. Day after day, life after life, a cycle that reassures rather than threatens. There is a thought that tugs at you as you rest your eyes on this eternal Egypt. To the Egyptians, death was not the end, but an upgrade. It wasn't escape into some alien paradise, but a perfected Egypt where everything you cherished endured. When you plucked a fig here, it never spoiled. When you kissed your child's forehead, they never grew old. When you walked through the fields, you never tired. This was not the end of life, it was life eternal. Imagine lying down among the reeds, their feathery tops swaying like soft curtains in the wind. The ground is warm, but not stifling, and the air smells of grain and honey and lotus. A gentle hum fills the air, not silence, but the sound of contentment, voices singing, birds calling, water flowing. It is so constant and calm that your mind begins to drift, lulled into stillness. And yet, paradise was not without directions. The Egyptians, ever practical, ensured that the Book of the Dead contained detailed guides on how to navigate the field of reeds. Spells instructed the soul on which gates to pass through, which canals to cross, which guardians to greet. It was like a spiritual map, a GPS for eternity. You can almost imagine someone tucked into their coffin, comforted by the knowledge that their scroll contained every turn, every path they needed to reach paradise. The more you look around, the more you realize how personal this vision was. Each soul experienced paradise differently, shaped by their own desires. For a farmer, it was endless grain fields. For a fisherman, it was clear waters teeming with fish. For a mother, it was children safe forever in her arms. For all, it was peace without fear. A final image drifts into your thoughts. The reeds themselves, stretching into the horizon, golden in the eternal sun. Their rustle is like whispering voices, a chorus that seems to say, "You have passed. You are safe. You are home." The golden fields ripple behind you as though stirred by a gentle breeze, and slowly the vision of the field of reeds fades. The sound of laughter and the rush of the Nile soften until they dissolve into silence, leaving you once again on the winding road of myth. The torches reappear at your side, but their light is dimmer now, less like beacons, more like embers, glowing softly against the dark. You sense that you've left the paradise of reward and stepped back into the threshold world, where myth doesn't soften so much as challenge. Your feet carry you forward until you notice a change in the air. It grows thicker, heavier, as though the atmosphere itself is burdened with secrets. Ahead, a great hall unfolds from the darkness. Its pillars are tall as trees, carved with hieroglyphs that glimmer faintly under the torchlight. The walls seem alive with shifting figures, gods, scales, monsters, and humans etched in scenes of judgment and revelation. This is not the afterlife itself, but the place where the stories of souls were decided, where truth was tested, and where Ma'at, the goddess of balance, reigned as silent witness. The Hall of Ma'at, sometimes simply called the Hall of Two Truths, was imagined as the courtroom of eternity, and unlike any mortal court, this one allowed no deception. Here, every soul stood bare, its deeds weighed, its excuses stripped away. If paradise was the promise, this hall was the filter, the place where the Egyptians believed morality itself was measured. Picture yourself standing there now, the silence so thick you can hear your own heartbeat. At the far end sits Osiris, lord of the underworld, his skin green like fertile earth, his crown tall, and his crook and flail crossed in authority. Beside him are his sisters, Isis and Nephthys, their eyes heavy with knowledge and compassion. To his left stand the 42 assessors of Ma'at, minor deities each assigned to judge a particular sin. They don't loom like monsters. They watch, calm and steady, waiting for the truth to reveal itself. In the center of the hall rests the great scale. On one side lies the feather of Ma'at, white and pure, light as the principle of cosmic balance itself. On the other, the heart of the deceased. To Egyptians, the heart was not just a muscle. It was the seat of thought, memory, conscience, the very sum of who you were. The brain, curiously, was considered far less important, often discarded in burial. But the heart carried your record, your truth. This is where myth and ritual entwined most tightly. Egyptians were buried with spells from the Book of the Dead, designed to help them in this hall. The most famous of these is spell 125, often called the negative confession. Imagine standing before the gods, your heart trembling on the scale, and reciting, "I have not stolen,
I have not killed, I have not lied, I have not polluted the water, I have not cursed the gods, I have not withheld bread from the hungry. One by one, 42 denials covering every aspect of life. Not lofty philosophy, practical morality. A farmer in the Delta, a scribe in Thebes, a mother in Memphis, they would all know these words. It wasn't just about ritual, it was about living in balance with Ma'at. And then there's the quirky detail. The Egyptians believed the heart might betray you. It might blurt out your sins on the spot, regardless of your carefully prepared confessions. To guard against this, some people were buried with heart scarabs, amulets inscribed with pleas like, "Do not stand against me as a witness. Do not reveal my secrets." It's strangely relatable. Who hasn't wished their own heart would stay quiet when under pressure? Imagine clutching an amulet and whispering, "Please don't rat me out now." You linger in the hall, watching as a soul steps forward. The heart is placed on the scale, the feathers set opposite. There is a moment of stillness. If the heart is lighter or perfectly balanced, the soul is embraced, led into the field of reeds to live forever in peace. But if the heart weighs heavy with lies, cruelty, or selfishness, then Ammit does. Ammit waits by the scale, her form monstrous yet precise, the head of a crocodile, jaws gaping with sharp teeth, the forequarters of a lion bristling with power, the hindquarters of a hippopotamus, massive and immovable. She is not a goddess, not truly divine, but a personification of punishment. She doesn't chase or torment. She simply waits, patient as hunger itself. If a heart is unworthy, she consumes it. To Egyptians, this wasn't damnation in the fiery sense of later traditions. It was obliteration. The heartless soul, devoured by Ammit, simply ceased to exist. No torment, no exile, just silence. To the ancient mind, this was the ultimate terror. To be forgotten, to be erased, to have lived and then vanished without a ripple. Ammit didn't punish forever. She prevented forever. And yet, standing here in the hall of Ma'at, you can feel how the story isn't meant to frighten, but to guide. To live truthfully, to honor balance, to care for others, these were the lessons encoded in ritual. Every Egyptian knew they would stand here one day, their heart on the scale, and so daily life was shaped not only by survival, but this eternal reckoning. The afterlife wasn't a mystery locked away from the living. It was the foundation of their choices. The hall seems to expand around you, its ceiling opening into a star-flecked sky. The gods glow faintly, not in menace, but in clarity. The torches along the walls gutter softly, casting long shadows that make the hieroglyphs seem to move, as though every carved figure is whispering its own negative confession. I have not lied, I have not stolen, I have not harmed. The chorus grows quiet, almost like a chant, a lull that begins to soothe even as it unsettles. And you realize that this hall, for all its solemnity, carries a strange kind of reassurance. The Egyptians didn't imagine random fate. They didn't believe the gods judged whimsically. They built a system where balance, truth, and justice decided your eternity. It was terrifying, yes, but also fair. As you step back from the scale, the hall begins to blur again. The pillars dissolve, the gods fade into shadow, and the feather of Ma'at glimmers one last time before vanishing. You find yourself back on the road. The torch is steady, the night deep around you. The hall of Ma'at lingers in your mind, not as a threat, but as a rhythm, a reminder that truth, balance, and kindness weigh lighter than cruelty and lies. And perhaps, just perhaps, your own heart feels a little lighter too.
The road carries you onward, and though the hall of Ma'at has faded behind you, its echo clings like incense in your lungs. The air ahead feels looser now, more spacious, as though you've stepped beyond the solemn courtroom into a dreamscape where gods move unseen. The torches burn brighter for a moment, then dim again, as though they too recognize that the balance has shifted. You notice a wide river appearing at the edge of the path, dark as obsidian and stretching endlessly into the horizon. The water is calm, but there's a strange ripple beneath the surface, a suggestion of things moving unseen. This is no ordinary river. It is the eternal flow that separates the living from the underworld. To the Egyptians, crossing such waters wasn't simply a passage, it was an ordeal. The boat arrives without sound. Long and narrow, its prow curves upward like a serpent's head, painted in gold and deep blue. This is the solar bark, the vessel of Ra himself, the craft that carries the sun across the heavens by day and through the underworld by night. You step onto it, the wood creaking softly under your weight. The air grows cooler, the water stiller, and suddenly you understand. You are no longer only watching a myth, you are sailing inside one. During the day, Ra's journey was clear enough. He rolled the skies, the blazing sun at his brow, spreading light across Egypt. Farmers looked up and knew the god was with them, warming their fields. Priests raised offerings to honor his strength. But when the sun dipped below the horizon, the story darkened. Ra did not vanish, he descended. Each night he voyaged through the Duat, the Egyptian underworld, to battle the forces of chaos that threatened to undo creation. This wasn't just symbolic. For the Egyptians, it explained the cycle of night and day, of peril and renewal. Each dawn was proof that Ra had triumphed once more. Without his nightly struggle, the sun would never rise. Imagine the comfort of waking each morning, the light spilling across the Nile, knowing that the god had survived another round against the endless dark. You can picture the awe that struck ancient villagers when the first rays broke over the horizon. They weren't just looking at sunlight, they were witnessing victory. The sight of dawn was reassurance that the world was still intact, that chaos had been beaten back. And so every sunrise wasn't merely natural, it was divine, renewed daily through peril and triumph. Yet Ra did not sail alone. His bark was crewed by other gods, like a divine squad banded together against chaos. Among them was Sia, the personification of perception, Hu, the embodiment of authoritative speech, and Heka, the very essence of magic. These weren't abstract ideas. They were treated as living forces, companions essential to survival. It's oddly charming to picture them as a team on this glowing boat, each god with their own role to play, united in the nightly battle. But there was one enemy who made the voyage terrifying, Apophis, or Epip, the great serpent of chaos. Imagine a snake so vast it could wrap itself around the horizon, its body coiled through the darkness of the Duat, its fangs dripping venom meant to dissolve the order of the world. Every night, Apophis rose from the waters to attack the solar bark, thrashing, hissing, trying to swallow the sun whole. Without fail, Ra's crew would take up arms, striking the serpent with spells and blades of fire, pinning it down so the sun could continue its passage. As you sail in the dreamlike bark, you can almost feel the boat shudder as Apophis rises. The water around you ripples violently, waves crashing against the prow. The torches flicker, and a hiss rattles the air, low and endless. Yet you notice something odd. The gods don't panic. They faced this serpent countless times. Each night, the battle unfolds, and each morning, Ra emerges victorious. That's the rhythm, the reassurance. No matter how violent the night, dawn is inevitable. The priests of Egypt didn't leave this battle to the gods alone. In temples, rituals mirrored the struggle. Wax effigies of Apophis were stabbed with knives, crushed, set aflame, drowned. Priests chanted spells to weaken the serpent, ensuring that the cosmic fight tipped in Ra's favor. Imagine the flicker of firelight in a temple chamber, a circle of priests chanting over a burning effigy, while in the mythic underworld, Ra's bark clashed with the serpent. For the Egyptians, ritual was more than devotion, it was cosmic participation.
The quirky detail is this. Sometimes these rituals were performed not at night, but at dawn, just before sunrise, as though helping Ra land the final blow to Apophis. To the ordinary villager, this meant that when you saw the sun rising, it wasn't just Ra's triumph. You yourself had contributed by joining the ritual chorus, by shouting, by clapping, by repeating words that echoed against the serpent in the dark. You lean on the side of the bark and glance into the water. For a moment, you think you see eyes glimmering beneath the surface, golden, endless, waiting for the right moment to strike. But they fade, replaced by the gentle lap of water against wood. The gods keep rowing, chanting, holding the balance, and you feel a strange calm settle in your chest. The chaos serpent may always rise, but it will always be beaten back. Think about what this meant for people who lived along the Nile. Their lives depended on cycles, the flooding of the river, the turning of seasons, the return of crops. Chaos was always a looming fear, drought, invasion, plague. To see Ra's daily triumph was to be reminded that order prevailed, that no matter how close chaos came, it would not win. It's no wonder the myth was told again and again, retold in temples, painted on tomb walls, whispered to children as they fell asleep. The night grows deeper, yet the stars above burn steady, as if rooting for the bark's voyage. You recline against the deck, hearing the whisper of magic spoken by Heka, the sharp commands of Hu, the endless awareness of Sia. The crew works seamlessly, their harmony a kind of lullaby. And slowly, the image of the great serpent recedes, the river stills again, and the solar bark sails onward. The myth doesn't need to shout to impress. It moves like the water itself, steady and eternal. You realize with a soft smile that every sunrise you've ever seen carries this story inside it. Gods rowing, chanting, fighting through the night so you could wake to the warmth of morning. The solar bark glides on, its prow cutting through waters that seem more dream than river, and you feel the gentle rocking beneath your feet as though time itself is swaying you. The air is thick with incense, a mingling of lotus and resin, and for a moment you almost forget the lurking threat of Apophis. The stars wheel overhead in slow arcs, steady like a silent promise that the order of the universe still holds. The Egyptians didn't see Ra's journey as abstract. For them, it was real, intimate, happening every single night as surely as the sun rose every single morning. Think about the comfort that must have brought. In a world filled with uncertainty, floods, famine, invaders, you could look at the dawn sky and know the gods kept their word. Order prevailed over chaos, at least for another day. But of course, the nightly voyage wasn't just about Ra and this serpent nemesis. The Duat was crowded, a shadowed landscape where countless beings lurked, spirits, guardians, and monsters that tested the soul's resolve. In some tomb paintings, the underworld is drawn almost like a map. Long corridors lined with gates, each guarded by a strange creature whose name must be spoken correctly to pass. You can imagine the pressure. One wrong syllable and the gatekeeper might not let you through. It's the mythic equivalent of forgetting your online banking password, except with slightly higher stakes. As the bark drifts deeper, torches flare at the edges of the river, illuminating shapes along the banks. They're not entirely human, nor entirely beast. Crocodile-headed guards, jackal-figured watchers, lion-headed sentinels. Their eyes glow faintly, each pair watching, judging. These weren't villains in the Egyptian imagination, though. They were custodians. They kept chaos at bay,
ensuring that only the worthy passed through. You notice one figure in particular, tall and lean, with the body of a man and the head of a falcon, standing silently by a gate of bronze. His gaze meets yours, sharp and unblinking, but he doesn't move to stop you. He's only watching, ensuring that the voyage continues. There's something oddly reassuring in that. The underworld might be filled with strange beings, but they weren't arbitrary. They played their roles, keeping the cosmic order intact. Here's a fascinating thought. The Egyptians believed the Duat wasn't purely a realm of punishment. It wasn't hell in the Christian sense. It was a place of trials, yes, but also a renewal. Souls passed through, faced tests, endured judgments, and if successful, they were reborn into eternal life. Even Ra himself, the greatest of gods, had to sail through it nightly. It's as though the Egyptians built humility into the cosmos. No one, not even the sun god, was above the rules. The quirky detail here is that in some funerary texts, the journey of Ra was directly linked to the journey of the soul. Tomb walls weren't just decorated for art, they were instruction manuals. A pharaoh lying in his sarcophagus could look around and find painted spells, maps of the Duat, names of the guardians he would need to address. Imagine lying in the dark, surrounded by murals that weren't just decoration, but a literal travel guide for your next cosmic adventure. It's eerie and strangely practical. The boat sways again, and you hear the soft whisper of Heka, the god of magic, murmuring words that ripple across the water like wind. It's said that without Heka, the world could not function. Magic wasn't optional for the Egyptians. It was the fuel that powered everything, divine and mortal alike. To live without it would be like trying to drive a car without fuel. You look at Heka now, seated cross-legged at the stern, and feel a sudden respect. He doesn't boast, doesn't wield thunderbolts, but without his constant chant, the serpent would rise unchecked, the gates would remain closed, and even Ra might falter. The boat passes another bend, and you glimpse something extraordinary. Along the shore, flickering shapes appear. Souls waiting. They shimmer like faint lanterns, pale blue and translucent, each one watching the bark. You realize they're not hostile. They're longing. These are the dead, hoping for Ra's light to touch them, to carry them onward. An Egyptian thought the nightly voyage wasn't only about keeping the sun alive, it was also about guiding the souls of the deceased. The living prayed for their dead to find peace, and Ra's bark was part of that cosmic traffic system, ensuring that souls didn't drift aimlessly in darkness. You close your eyes and imagine it from their perspective. The endless night, the cold waters, the uncertainty of what waits. And then at last, a golden bark gliding past, torches glowing, God standing tall, Ra himself at the helm. To glimpse that must have been like seeing dawn in the middle of eternity, a promise that order still held, that there was still a path forward. The stars shift again, and you notice the constellations above glowing more brightly. Orion strides across the sky, his belt gleaming. To the Egyptians, Orion was associated with Osiris, Lord of the Dead, eternally reborn in the night sky. Just as Ra traveled through the Duat, Osiris rose among the stars. The cosmos itself was a mirror of the underworld. Myths mapped onto both sky and earth. When Egyptians looked upward, they weren't just stargazing, they were witnessing stories. It's easy to see how soothing that must have been. Instead of randomness, the world felt purposeful. Every star, every sunrise, every whisper of the wind carried meaning. Life wasn't a string of accidents, it was a web of stories connecting mortals and gods. And by retelling those stories, by carving them into tomb walls, whispering them in rituals, chanting them before sleep, people could reassure themselves that the chaos never fully won. The solar bark sails on. You hear the creak of oars, the hush of water, the faint murmur of divine voices. Somewhere in the distance, a rumble echoes, like thunder trapped underwater. Perhaps a pulpus stirring again, restless. But you're not afraid. The gods have fought this battle every night since time began, and they'll fight it again tonight. You lean back against the cool wood of the bark, watching the stars blur, and realize you're drifting not just through myth, but through the very rhythm of the universe. And maybe that's the point. These myths weren't meant to terrify, not really. They were meant to soothe, to remind you that someone or something is always steering the bark, always rowing, always holding chaos at bay. You're not alone in the night. Ra is sailing too, and as long as he does, dawn will come.
The boat rocks gently, as though the underworld itself is cradling you, and the torchlight flickers and waves across the river's surface. Ahead, the darkness thickens, heavy and almost tangible, like a curtain waiting to be pulled aside. It's here, in this deeper stretch of the Duat, that the more unsettling guardians appear. The air feels colder, sharper, filled with a tension that prickles at your skin. But strangely, you don't feel fear. It's the kind of unease that sharpens your senses, like when you walk alone at night and every rustle of leaves feels amplified. The prow cuts through the water, and you glimpse enormous gates rising from the riverbank. They're wrought from iron and stone, towering high above you, engraved with hieroglyphs that shimmer faintly in the torchlight. These are no ordinary gates. The Egyptians believed that the Duat was divided into regions, each separated by such barriers, and to pass through them required not strength, but knowledge. You had to know the names of the gatekeepers, the correct words of power, the right invocations. Without them, the gates would not open. It's as though the afterlife was the ultimate password-protected system. Figures appear on either side of the gates. They're unlike any you've seen so far. One has the head of a serpent and the body of a man, his scales glistening like oil in the torchlight. Another has the face of a hawk, but wings for arms, feathers rustling in the still air. A third is harder to define. Its form flickers between jackal, lion, and human, never settling on one. Their eyes fix on you, and you realize they're not merely guards. They're puzzles. Each one embodies a riddle, a mystery, a truth you must recognize before being allowed to pass. In ancient funerary texts, these guardians often had names as strange and unsettling as their forms. Things like he who eats shadows or she who severs heads. Imagine lying in your tomb, reading the painted instructions, and knowing you'd eventually have to face beings with such titles. Comforting bedtime reading, right? But here's the clever part. The Egyptians didn't think of this as cruelty. They saw it as preparation. By learning these names and words while alive, you armed yourself for death, turning the unknown into something navigable. The quirky detail is that sometimes these instructions were written on papyrus scrolls, tucked inside the tomb. You might know this by its later name, the Book of the Dead. But in Egypt, it wasn't a single book. It was more like a customizable playlist of spells. Wealthy families ordered specific versions tailored to their needs, with spells chosen like items from a catalog. Do you want protection against crocodile-headed demons? That's spell number 32. Worried about forgetting your own name in the afterlife? Better add spell number 25. It was a mix of travel guide and survival manual, ensuring you didn't show up to the afterlife unprepared. The bark slows before the gates, and one of the guardians steps forward. His voice is low, vibrating like thunder beneath the water. He demands the words. And here's the strange part. You realize you know them. They rise to your lips without effort, syllables rolling like warm stones, names that feel familiar, though you've never heard them before. The guardian studies you, his serpent eyes narrowing, and then he steps aside. The gate begins to open, groaning like a mountain moving. The bark glides forward, and you feel a rush of cool air as the river carries you into the next region of the Duat. Here, the atmosphere shifts. Instead of looming darkness,
you see strange fields glowing faintly in the distance, illuminated by starlight. These were sometimes called the Fields of Reeds, a vision of paradise where the blessed dead could spend eternity. Picture endless fertile fields, canals shimmering with light, harvests that never failed. It was Egypt's vision of heaven, familiar, comforting, abundant. For people whose survival depended so much on the Nile's fertile floods, paradise was simply Egypt perfected. But you also sense the other side, the knowledge that not every soul made it here. The guardians and tests weren't theatrics, they were filters. Fail them, and your soul would face dissolution, ceasing to exist. That was the true fear for the Egyptians. Not fire, not torture, but non-existence. To be forgotten, to fade completely, was the ultimate punishment. That's why names were so important. To have your name spoken out loud kept you alive in memory, in magic, in eternity. And so tombs were covered in names, prayers repeated them, families carved them into monuments. It wasn't vanity, it was survival. As you drift further in, the torchlight picks up more details. You see figures laboring in the glowing fields, bending to harvest grain, hauling baskets of food, but their faces are strangely blank, like clay dolls awaiting shape. Then you notice the small figurines tucked in the boat at your feet, tiny carved servants, the kind buried in Egyptian tombs. These were called ushapti, little statues meant to come alive in the afterlife and do the hard labor for you. Ancient Egypt, where even eternity came with chores, but at least you could outsource them. The bark glides past and you feel a kind of melancholy. There's beauty in the fields of reeds, yes, but also something haunting. It's a paradise built on repetition, eternal cycles of farming and harvest. Peaceful, but static. Maybe that's the point. After the chaos of life, eternity wasn't about excitement. It was about stability, predictability, the endless rhythm of the Nile itself. You lean back, listening to the faint hum of Heka's magic, the creak of oars, and the whispers of the guardians fading behind you. Ahead, the darkness gathers again, suggesting more gates, more trials. But for now, you allow yourself to linger in the glow of the fields, imagining eternity under starlight, surrounded by reeds that whisper like lullabies in the breeze.
The glow of the fields softens behind you, fading into shadow as the river bends once more. The air feels heavier again, as though the moment of respite was only a pause before the next test. The torches flicker, their light stretching into long fingers across the water. Somewhere in the distance, you hear a faint grinding sound, like stone upon stone, followed by the low thud of something massive closing shut. You realize you're approaching another gate, and this one feels different, more final, more judgmental. The Egyptians imagined the Duat as a place of many trials, but one test overshadowed them all. This was the moment everyone feared, the moment they spent their lives preparing for, the weighing of the heart. You can almost feel your chest tighten at the thought. The Egyptians believed the heart wasn't just a physical organ, it was the seat of your thoughts, your emotions, your memory, your entire essence, compressed into something the gods could literally place on a scale. No pressure. The boat halts before an enormous hall. Its pillars rise like trees, each carved with rows of hieroglyphics glowing faintly in the torchlight. Statues of jackals, lions, and falcons line the walls, their eyes reflecting the flames like tiny stars. You step from the bark, and the stone floor is cool beneath your feet. The sound of your footsteps echoes unnaturally, as though the hall itself is listening. And in a sense, it is. This is the hall of Ma'at, the place where truth is measured, where no lie can survive. At the far end of the hall, you see a vast set of scales. They gleam as though made from sunlight, even in this dark chamber. One pan waits empty, the other holds a single feather, white and pure, glowing faintly with an inner radiance. This is the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth, balance, and cosmic order. Every Egyptian knew this image: your heart on one side, the feather of truth on the other. If they balanced, you were declared justified and allowed into eternity. If not, well, that's where Ammit came in. And there she is, lurking beside the scales, half hidden in shadow, the devourer of souls herself. Ammit is monstrous, stitched together from the fiercest predators the Egyptians knew: the head of a crocodile, jaws gleaming with sharp teeth; the forequarters of a lion, muscles taut and claws extended; the hindquarters of a hippopotamus, thick and immovable. It's like someone asked, "What's the scariest animals along the Nile?" and then said, "Perfect, combine them into one ultimate nightmare." Her eyes glint as she watches the scales, waiting patiently for her next meal. The mainstream fact here is that Ammit wasn't considered evil. She wasn't a demon sneaking around to cause harm. She was balance itself, the consequence of living wrongly. To Egyptians, she was terrifying but necessary, the ultimate failsafe ensuring that chaos and injustice never slipped into eternity. Death wasn't about divine forgiveness, it was about cosmic accountability. A quirky tidbit adds another layer. Sometimes Egyptians buried little heart scarabs, amulets shaped like beetles, on the chest of the deceased. These scarabs were inscribed with spells meant to silence the heart during judgment. Because yes, the heart could betray you. If you lied in life, if you stole or schemed, your heart remembered. And in this hall, it could speak. Imagine standing before the gods, trying to keep a straight face, while your own heart blurts out, "Actually, he cheated on his taxes." The scarab's spell begged the heart, "Do not stand against me as a witness." You walk further into the hall, the feather glowing brighter, Ammit's low growl vibrating in the air. And then you notice other figures gathered around the scales. Anubis, the jackal-headed god of embalming, steps forward, guiding you gently. His presence is calm, measured, like a surgeon or judge. He's the one who places your heart on the scale, his black ears pricked, his eyes steady and impartial. Beside him, Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom and writing, stands with a long scroll ready to record the outcome. He doesn't intervene, doesn't bend the truth. He only writes what happens. Every soul judged, every outcome written. Nothing escapes his papyrus. The silence deepens as your heart is lifted, placed upon the scale. You don't see it as a bloody organ, but as something glowing, pulsing with light, heavier than it looks. Across from it, the feather gleams. The scales shift slightly, creaking, trembling, trying to find their balance. For a moment, it feels like the entire universe is holding its breath. And here's where the Egyptians were clever. The weighing wasn't just about individual guilt or innocence. It was about alignment with Ma'at, the principle that kept the cosmos running. If you lived selfishly, ignoring the balance of community and nature, your heart weighed heavy. If you lived truthfully, in harmony, your heart was light. In other words, morality wasn't only about personal virtue, it was sustaining the fabric of existence. The quirking detail that adds a strange comfort is that some texts suggest most people weren't perfect. The scales didn't require saintly purity, they required sincerity, alignment, truth. You could have made mistakes, stumbled, even failed at times, but if you genuinely sought balance, you could pass. It wasn't perfection that mattered, but weight. The scales settle, their arms trembling slightly. Ammit shifts, eyes narrowing, teeth gleaming. You can almost hear her breath, a low hiss like the Nile itself. The feather glows brighter, pulsing softly. And then, balance. The scales even out, the heart shining no heavier than the feather. A sense of release floods the hall. Anubis inclines his head. Thoth makes a careful note on his scroll. Ammit exhales,
and slinks back into shadow, denied her meal once more. You feel the tension dissolve, replaced by a deep stillness. The Hall of Judgment isn't frightening anymore. It feels fair, like a cosmic reset, a reminder that truth always steadies the scales in the end. And as you step back toward the bark, you realize something. You don't carry the weight of fear now. You carry the quiet confidence of being measured, seen, and allowed to pass. The boat rocks gently again as you climb aboard. The oars dip into the water, the torchlight glimmers, and the hall recedes behind you. Ahead, the Duat stretches deeper, its mysteries waiting, but you feel lighter now, balanced, ready for the journey to continue.
The river carries you onward, the water dark and smooth as polished obsidian. The weight of judgment has lifted, but the silence feels different now, less heavy, more contemplative, like the stillness that follows a storm. The torches lining the banks flicker steadily, their light painting the air with halos that ripple over the surface of the water. You breathe easier, though you can't quite shake the image of Ammit's jaws waiting in the shadows, ready to snap shut on any heart that tipped the scales. Still, the Egyptians understood that passing judgment wasn't the end of the road. It was merely the gateway to eternity, the threshold between a fragile mortal existence and the endless afterlife. The boat glides smoothly, the sound of its passage like the soft tearing of silk. The constellations above seem brighter, closer, as if the heavens themselves lean down to witness what comes next. The river widens, and soon you arrive at another vast chamber. This one is different from the Hall of Judgment. It is not lined with statues or scales, but instead with fields of grain. Fields so wide and golden that they stretch into the horizon, glowing faintly as though lit from within. The Egyptians called this place the Field of Reeds, a paradise that mirrored the Nile Valley in perfection. Mainstream fact, for Egyptians, paradise wasn't an abstract, cloud-filled heaven. It was the perfected version of what they already knew. Fertile fields, clear waters, plenty of food, no disease, no toil. It was an eternal Egypt where crops grew without labor, where families reunited, where the river never flooded too much or too little. Their heaven was simply their home, remade perfect. You step from the bark, and the ground beneath your feet feels soft, lush, like walking on woven mats. The reeds whisper in the breeze, their tips bending gracefully. Birds circle lazily above, a heron, a goose, an ibis, familiar creatures, each symbolic in Egyptian belief. You can almost smell the richness of the earth, damp and sweet, like fields after rain. And here's a quirky tidbit. The Egyptians believed you could bring your favorite things with you into this paradise, your pets, your tools, even your board games. That's why tombs were filled with everything from food jars to little carved game boards called senet. Imagine arriving in eternity with your favorite cat waiting for you, purring at your side, or rolling dice with friends who passed long before you. For them, the afterlife wasn't about sitting on clouds strumming harps. It was about living fully, forever, with the joys you already knew. You walk further, and the reeds part to reveal canals of shining water, flowing slow and steady. Tiny boats drift lazily by, their sails white and glowing like moonlight. Farmers guide cattle along the banks, though here the animals are sleek and healthy, never thin, never tired. Women gather papyrus while laughing softly, and children chase each other through the fields, their laughter light as bells. The scene feels both ordinary and surreal, as though every little detail of life has been polished until it gleams. It's strange to realize that the Egyptians didn't view the afterlife as a break from reality, but a perfected continuation. The work of farming, the cycles of planting and harvesting, the festivals, all of it was so important to them that they wanted to keep it, not abandon it. Only this time, there was no hunger, no failure, no disease.
You lived in eternal harmony, always in balance with Ma'at. You find yourself smiling as you imagine Egyptians carefully planning for this place, making lists of what to bring: jewelry, sandals, combs, even jars of honey. They weren't being greedy, they were being practical. After all, if you could spend eternity with your favorite cup of beer or your best linen shirt, why wouldn't you pack it? As you walk deeper, you notice small figures at the edges of the field. They're shaped like people, but smaller, carved from stone or wood, and they move with a kind of quiet purpose. These are shapti, funerary figurines placed in tombs to serve the deceased in the afterlife. If a god demanded you labor in the field of reeds, the shapti would spring to life, answer the call, and do the work for you. Basically, the Egyptians invented eternal personal assistants thousands of years before smartphones. The quirky part? Wealthier Egyptians were buried with hundreds of shapti, sometimes one for each day of the year. Imagine your eternal workforce clocking in, ready to hoe fields or carry water while you reclined with a cold drink. It wasn't laziness, it was preparation. The afterlife was meant to be enjoyed, not endured. The air grows softer here, filled with bird song and the gentle hum of insects, though even they sound musical, not bothersome. The horizon never darkens fully. There's always a twilight glow, a mix of dusk and dawn that never shifts. It feels timeless, unchanging, eternal. You understand now why the Egyptians poured so much energy into their burial practices, their tombs, their mummification rituals. They weren't obsessed with death, they were obsessed with continuing life forever. And yet, you can't help but notice a faint unease beneath the beauty. The perfection is almost too perfect, as though you're walking through a painting rather than a real place. You realize that while the field of reeds promised eternal joy, it also demanded eternal sameness. Would the laughter grow dull after centuries? Would the golden reeds lose their shimmer after millennia? It's a quiet, unsettling thought, but the Egyptians seemed unconcerned. To them, stability and eternity were the ultimate gifts, the opposite of chaos. You pause at the edge of a canal, dipping your fingers into the water. It's cool, refreshing, like drinking straight from a spring. The surface ripples outward, carrying your reflection along. For a moment, you think you see other faces there, smiling, nodding, beckoning you deeper into the paradise. Ancestors, perhaps, waiting patiently. The Egyptians believed family ties endured forever, that you'd reunite with loved ones, share meals, laugh around fires, and never say goodbye again. You breathe deeply, letting the peace of this place soak into your bones. The wind moves softly through the reeds, sounding like whispers, like prayers carried on the air. For now, this paradise feels exactly as it was meant to: calm, safe, eternal. And though you know the journey through the Duat isn't finished, you linger, allowing yourself to sink into the comfort of a world where sorrow no longer reaches.
The golden glow of the field of reeds lingers in your eyes long after you leave it behind. The boat waits patiently, its prow kiting a quiet silhouette against the water. You step aboard, and the bark pushes away from the bank as though guided by an unseen hand. The reeds sway gently in farewell, their whispers dissolving into the still air. Soon, the wide fields shrink into the distance, replaced once again by the dark, winding river of the Duat. The journey feels different now. Judgment is behind you. Paradise has revealed itself, but the night is not yet finished. The bark drifts forward, its hull skimming the surface of water so black it seems bottomless. Above, the stars shimmer faintly, their patterns shifting, as if the constellations themselves are being rearranged while you watch. You blink and see Orion flicker into a falcon, Cassiopeia melting into the outline of a throne.
The sky is alive with symbols, reminding you that every part of existence, from crops in the field to stars overhead, was, for the Egyptians, a canvas for myth. The air grows cooler, heavier, as if thick with unseen presence. Soon, the river carries you toward another chamber, one carved from stone so ancient it looks older than the earth itself. Torches line the walls, though their flames are smaller here, as though reluctant to burn too brightly. At the center of the chamber stands a massive doorway, framed by carvings of outstretched wings and inscriptions so finely etched you can almost hear them whisper. This is the House of Books, the domain of Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom, writing, and hidden knowledge. It is here that the record of every judgment is kept, every name, every verdict, every detail inscribed for eternity. If Osiris presided over justice, it was Thoth who made sure the universe remembered. You step closer, and the doorway seems to shimmer as though made of papyrus sheets stacked together. The air smells faintly of ink and old parchment, dry and sharp, like a library deep in the heart of a desert. When you pass through, the chamber opens into an endless hall, rows upon rows of scrolls, stretching upward like forests of reeds, their surfaces glowing faintly with divine script. The bark is gone. You stand on your own feet now, the floor cool and smooth beneath your sandals. Here's where fact and myth blur again. Thoth was more than a scribe, he was the embodiment of wisdom itself. The Egyptians credited him with inventing writing, mathematics, even time itself. Every scroll in this endless library is a fragment of the cosmos, a record of births, deaths, dreams, omens, and decrees. In one sense, he was their answer to memory, ensuring that nothing, no matter how small, was ever truly lost. A quirky tidbit slips into your mind. In some versions of Egyptian lore, Thoth was said to have written a secret book so powerful it contained every spell in existence. Whoever read it could control the heavens, the earth, and even the gods. Of course, the catch was that no mortal could read it without being cursed or destroyed. Imagine wandering into a library at night, pulling down a dusty scroll and realizing too late that the words inside would either grant you godlike power or ruin you forever. You wander deeper into the hall, your footsteps echoing. Every scroll seems to vibrate softly, as though murmuring to itself. Perhaps they are retelling their contents in whispers too faint for mortal ears. You catch fragments, a hymn to Ra, a spell for safe childbirth, a charm against snakes. One scroll glows brighter as you pass, its light reflecting on your skin like moonlight. You reach out, almost touching it, before pulling your hand back. The air around it hums, alive with warning. Not every secret is meant to be opened. A shadow shifts nearby, and you realize you're not alone. A tall figure stands among the shelves, his body wrapped in linen white robes, his head the sleek, curved profile of an ibis. In one hand, he holds a reed pen, in the other, a palette. His movements are precise, calm, deliberate, as he inscribes another scroll, the strokes of his pen glowing as though written in starlight. Thoth does not look at you, yet you know he is aware of your presence. Every word you've spoken, every thought you've had on this journey has already been written here. You are not being judged anymore. You are being recorded. You stand still, letting the weight of it sink in. There is something strangely comforting about the idea that nothing is forgotten, that even the smallest details of a life, your laughter, your fears,
Your moments of kindness are etched permanently in a cosmic record. It feels like assurance, a promise that your story matters, even if it vanishes from mortal memory. And yet, there is unease too. Records mean accountability. Every mistake, every betrayal, every cruelty you tried to bury, those are written here too, glowing faintly in lines of divine ink. Thought's pen misses nothing. You move on, the shelves stretching endlessly in every direction. It occurs to you that this place is both archive and labyrinth, a maze of memory where you could wander forever. You pause at a corner where the shelves open into a smaller chamber. Here, a great scale sits, not like the one where your heart was weighed, but a scale of knowledge. On one side, scrolls pile high, glowing with golden light. On the other, a single black feather, heavier than all the wisdom stacked against it. The meaning is unclear, but it leaves you uneasy. Knowledge is power, yes, but it is also burden, a weight that can outweigh even light. You turn back toward the hall, but something shifts again. The shelves blur, the rolls dissolve, and suddenly the scrolls stretch upward into the sky itself, transforming into stars. The library is no longer confined to stone walls. It is the cosmos itself. Every star a record, every constellation a story waiting to be read. You understand then why Thoth was sometimes called the god of the moon. He wasn't just a keeper of written words, but of cosmic order, ensuring that the night sky itself was a readable book. The air dims slowly, fading into quiet shadow. The bark waits once more, rocking gently on the dark water. As you step back aboard, you carry with you the sense that your life, too, is written down. Every moment preserved like ink on eternal papyrus. It's a humbling thought, but also strangely soothing. Nothing you've done is lost. Not really. The record holds it all, waiting to be remembered. The river carries you onward, the hall of books dissolving behind you. Ahead, the darkness deepens once again. But this time, you're calmer. Your story has been written. You're part of the scrolls now, part of the constellations above.
The river curves like a serpent now, winding through cliffs that rise sharply on either side. Their jagged faces are etched with faint, crumbling hieroglyphs, as though entire generations of priests, travelers, or lost souls carved their prayers into the stone before moving on. You run your fingers across the markings as the boat glides past, though you can't make out every symbol. Some are smoothed away by centuries of unseen tides. Others are fresher, sharp enough that they almost gleam in the torchlight. It feels as if every person who passed through the stretch of the Dua wanted to leave behind one last note to the world, a reminder that they were here, that they mattered. The cliffs lean closer, creating a canyon-like passage where the air grows heavier. It smells faintly of damp earth, old incense, and something muskier, like an animal den hidden thereby. The boat glides silently, its movement smooth, as though the current itself is tucking you forward without effort. The sky overhead is barely visible now, just a ribbon of deep velvet shadow with a thin stretch of moonlight silvering the edges. The duat feels tighter here, more enclosed, as though the very land is holding its breath before revealing something you might not want to see. And then the sound, a low rustle, then another, echoing like footsteps where no human could possibly walk. The shadows ahead deepen, the torchlight flickers weakly, and carved alcoves appear along the cliffs. At first you think they're shrines, little chambers hollowed into the rock where offerings might once have been placed. But as your eyes adjust, you see movement inside. Pairs of eyes stare back at you from the dark. Not human eyes. They're rounder, wider, and gleam with an intensity that prickles your skin.
Something is watching, tracking, waiting. The whispers rise slowly, like the sound of reeds shivering in the wind. A name drifts to your ears, though no lips form it. Ammit. Your body tenses, though the boat keeps moving. You've arrived at the part of the duat where one of its most unsettling guardians waits. Not a god in the grand, thundering sense of Ra steering his solar bark, or Osiris presiding over judgment, but something else, something the Egyptians dreaded for reasons far more personal. Ammit is not a deity to be adored. She is not offered prayers of hope. She is not called upon for blessings or mercy. She is terror shaped into flesh, necessity made monstrous, the living embodiment of punishment, the devourer of souls. Her form reveals itself slowly, first as a suggestion of bulk crouched on the ledge, then piece by piece, the torchlight catching on teeth that gleam like daggers carved from ivory. Her snout stretches forward, blunt and wide, the unmistakable shape of a crocodile's jaw, nostrils flaring as if she is already tasting the air for guilt. Her body curves into the muscled power of a lion, shoulders hunched, paws heavy enough to crush stone. And behind, the rounded swell of her hindquarters belongs to a hippopotamus, that most feared of river beasts, immense and unstoppable when enraged. A patchwork of 3 predators, chosen carefully, not by accident. Each of them represented power and fear to the Egyptians. Crocodiles lurked beneath the surface of the Nile, striking without warning. Lions prowled the desert edges, kings of untamed ferocity. Hippos, despite their almost comical bulk, were considered among the deadliest creatures of all, their jaws capable of shattering bone. In Ammit, the Egyptians imagined all 3 in one body. She was never meant to comfort. She was meant to haunt. You realize now why she inspired such terror. If your heart was found wanting on the scales, if it was heavier than the feather of Ma'at, it was Ammit who waited beside the judgment chamber. She did not simply punish, she consumed. She chewed away not only your soul, but your very chance at existence beyond death. No rebirth, no field of reeds, no second chance. You were swallowed into nothingness, erased from memory, denied the one thing Egyptians feared most, continuity. In their eyes, death wasn't terrifying, non-existence was. The boat slows as it approaches her ledge, drifting just close enough that you can see her entire form. Her golden eyes lock onto yours, round and predatory, unblinking. You tell yourself you're only passing through, that your heart has already been weighed, that you're safe, but her gaze carries the weight of judgment anyway. It's as if she sees through every layer of you, stripping away excuses, disguises, even the softer lies you tell yourself. It's the kind of look predators give prey they don't need to chase. They already know what you are. The silence grows heavier, and here in that silence, another realization takes shape. Ammit was never worshipped. No temples rose in her name, no priests offered her hymns at dawn. She had no cult, no festivals, no altars carved for her. She wasn't a deity in the comforting sense of the word. She was a function, a cosmic principle made flesh. Her presence was meant to scare mortals into moral living. Live justly, walk with Ma'at, or this is what awaits you. In this way, she was perhaps the most powerful deterrent in Egyptian belief. It's strange to think about, but some scholars suggest that Egyptian parents may have used Ammit almost like a boogie woman. Just as modern children are warned not to stray too far at night, Egyptian children might have been told, behave or Ammit will come for your heart. The devourer of souls wasn't just theology, it was bedtime discipline. And perhaps that's what made her most effective. She was close enough to fear, but distant enough to never be dismissed. Your gaze lingers on her longer than you'd like. The details sharpen as you stare, the glisten of scales that shimmer faintly in the torchlight, the rippling muscles beneath tawny fur, the twitch of her lion's tail swishing back and forth like a pendulum.
Even the rise and fall of her breath is unsettling. It doesn't sound like mere respiration. It's heavier, resonant, like the echo of waves hitting stone. The sound seems to sink into your bones, a reminder that even the air here carries judgment. And then a softer thought pushes its way through your unease. Ammit isn't cruel. She isn't evil in the way mortals often imagine monsters. She simply is. She devours the guilty because balance demands it. Without her, the scales mean nothing. Without her, Ma'at would be a symbol with no teeth, a feather with no weight. She is the cost written into the contract of justice. The boat does not stop. It drifts onward past the ledge where she crouches, but your eyes remain locked with hers until the shadows finally consume her again. You exhale, realizing that you had been holding your breath the whole time. There is relief in leaving her behind, but also an unexpected respect. The kind of respect you give a flame. You fear it, you avoid its touch, but you know without it, the night would remain dark. The river widens, the cliffs pulling back into silence once more. The torchlight grows steadier, less fragile. Yet the image of Ammit lingers in your mind. She doesn't need worship. She doesn't need temples. She exists in memory, and memory alone is enough. No one forgets her once they've heard her name. The Duat closes behind you, carrying you deeper into its hidden chambers. You glance back once, but the ledge is empty, her form swallowed by shadows. Still, you know she waits there always, forever crouched, forever hungry, forever ready for the next soul who tips the scales in the wrong direction.
The river grows broader now, its waters shining with a faint phosphorescent glow, as if the souls of the countless judged still linger in its depths. The air is cooler here, though not in the soothing way of a fresh breeze, but in that still, heavy chill you feel when standing in a tomb. The silence presses in on you, as if the duat itself wants you to listen closely, to notice what lies ahead. Somewhere in the distance, you hear the slow, rhythmic pounding of a drum, though no drummer is in sight. It echoes like a heartbeat, steady and inevitable, guiding you toward the next stage of judgment. The cliffs spread apart, and suddenly the riverbank opens into a wide stone platform. It feels like stepping into a grand hall, though no roof arches overhead, only the eternal night sky pricked with unmoving stars. Torches stand in tall bronze holders, their flames steady despite the absence of wind. At the center of the platform rises something immense. Two colossal scales, gleaming as though polished daily, though you know no mortal hand could ever reach them. Their golden beams stretch wide, supported by a central column carved with hieroglyphs that shimmer faintly with divine power. You realize you've reached the Hall of Two Truths, the place every Egyptian soul longed for and dreaded in equal measure. This is where the final verdict is delivered, where your life is reduced to a single test, the weighing of the heart against the feather of Ma'at. No armies can protect you here. No riches can bribe your way forward. No prayers can soften the judgment. Only the truth of your existence, beating in your chest, can decide whether you pass or are lost forever. You step closer, the scale's presence pulling at you, commanding your gaze. To one side of the balance lies the feather, impossibly delicate, glowing softly as though woven from light itself. It is not an ordinary plume plucked from a bird, but the symbol of Ma'at herself, the goddess of truth, balance, and order. Its glow carries a strange calm, like the reflection of moonlight on still water. On the other side of the balance, an empty pan waits, polished to a gleam, prepared for the weight of a human heart.
Your own chest feels heavier as you stand before it. You imagine your heart being lifted from your body, not in a grisly sense, but in the quiet, ritual way the Egyptians described it. Priests knew the heart wasn't simply an organ pumping blood. To them, it was memory, thought, will, and soul all bound together. The brain, ironically, was dismissed as unimportant, scooped out and discarded during mummification. But the heart was preserved, guarded, cherished. It was you in its most concentrated form, and now here it was to be measured. Across from the scales, a figure stirs. He has been waiting, silent, until now. His skin is the dark green of fertile Nile soil, his crown tall, flanked by two ostrich feathers. His robes shimmer faintly, white linen glowing with unearthly brightness. In his hands, he holds a crook and flail, symbols of rule, of justice, of dominion over life and death. Osiris himself presides here, his expression calm but unreadable, a judge who does not rage, who does not pity. His eyes glow faintly, like stars reflected in deep water, as he watches the weighing. Beside him stands a leaner figure with the head of an ibis and long, sharp features. Thoth, scribe of the gods, waits with his reed pen and scroll, ready to record every detail of the proceedings. He does not intervene, does not sway the outcome. He simply writes, as he always has, so that no truth is ever lost. His presence is both comforting and unnerving. Comforting because he will ensure no mistake is made. Unnerving because there can be no secrets. And then, in the shadows at the base of the scales, you notice her again. Ammit, crouched low, tail swishing back and forth. Her golden eyes fix on the empty pan of the scales. She does not move, does not breathe loudly, does not make a sound. But her presence gnaws at you like hunger itself. She is ready, as always, to devour the guilty. The ritual begins slowly. You hear a voice, not Osiris's, not Thoth's, but your own, echoing across the chamber. It is the negative confession, the litany the dead would speak before judgment. I have not stolen. I have not killed. I have not polluted the water. I have not cheated in trade. I have not spoken lies. The list goes on. Dozens of denials, each one a safeguard against the feather's impossible lightness. The words leave your lips like mist, forming shapes in the air before dissolving. It is less about proving yourself and more about aligning with the truth that the life you lived, however flawed, carried balance, not chaos. The scale shifts. A heart materializes in the pan, glowing faintly, pulsing as though still alive. It beats once, twice, each sound echoing against the stone walls. Across from it, the feather of Ma'at rests weightless, untouched, yet somehow heavier than all the gold in Egypt. The beam trembles. For a moment, it tilts slightly toward the heart, and you feel a flash of panic. Then it steadies, the feather glowing brighter, as if whispering calm into the balance. Every eye in the hall is fixed on the outcome. Osiris remains perfectly still, his hands resting on his scepters. Thoth dips his pen into ink, poised but patient. Ammit's muscles ripple, her jaws flexing ever so slightly as she waits for disappointment, for sin, for weakness. The silence is unbearable. You swear you can hear the scales creak, though perhaps that's only your own pulse rushing in your ears. At last, The balance steadies, perfectly level, feather and heart aligned. The judgment is favorable. You are declared ma keru, true of voice, justified. Relief washes over you like cool water in the desert. The hall itself seems to sigh in approval, the torches burning steadier, the stars overhead glowing just a little brighter. Ammit snarls quietly, denied her meal, and retreats into the shadows once more. Toth's pen scratches softly as he records your vindication in his scroll, and Osiris inclines his head ever so slightly, a gesture both regal and final. You have passed. But before you can bask in triumph, another thought stirs. What if the scales had tipped otherwise? What if the heart had sunk lower than the feather? In that moment, there would have been no appeals, no second chances, no hidden doors. Ammit would have leapt forward, jaws wide, consuming the heart in a single bite. The soul would vanish, erased from eternity, nameless and forgotten. That was the true fear for the Egyptians, not fire, not torment, but obliteration. To be devoured by Ammit was to never have existed at all. The Egyptians believed this judgment wasn't only for kings or nobles. Every farmer, every fisherman, every scribe faced the same test. That was the radical part of their belief. Justice applied equally to all. Pharaohs may have built pyramids to honor their names, but in this hall, their hearts were weighed like any other. The gods didn't care about wealth, power, or monuments. Only balance. Only truth. It's humbling, isn't it? To think that in this mythic vision, a farmer who lived honestly might pass through to paradise, while a pharaoh who ruled unjustly might be devoured forever. The scales erased hierarchies. The feather cared nothing for crowns. In the quiet glow of this hall, everyone was the same. You glance once more at the scales, their golden beam gleaming faintly, and you realize why this myth endured. It wasn't only about fear, it was about reassurance. The Egyptians lived in a world of uncertainty, floods, famine, war.
The boat slides quietly away from the platform of the scales, its oars dipping soundlessly into the glowing water. The air is hushed now, as though even the gods themselves are reluctant to break the stillness after judgment. You glance back once, catching the faint glimmer of gold from the scales before they fade into the distance, swallowed by the shadows of the duat. That image lingers, heart and feather, balance and truth, etched into your mind like a memory you can't quite shake. Yet the river flows on, and so must you. The path ahead is darker, but not empty. Strange lights shimmer along the banks, faint, flickering shapes that hover just out of reach. At first, they look like torches, then like stars, then like drifting spirits caught between one form and another. Their glow feels uncertain, as though they are neither living nor dead, but something in between. You realize that here you've entered another stage of the underworld, one not of grand judgment, but of wandering souls. The Egyptians believed not all spirits found their way easily. Some lingered, restless, unwilling or unable to move on. They hovered at the edges of the duat, trapped by regrets, tethered by unfinished business, or weighed down by the stubbornness of memory. These were the mut, the dead without peace. They weren't demons exactly, nor were they harmless. They were reminders that even in the afterlife, choice and consequence still mattered. Your boat glides slowly, and you catch glimpses of these figures. One appears as a flickering shadow, a man whose outline melts into smoke before reforming again.
Another drifts across the water, her face veiled, her eyes hollow, as if searching for something lost long ago. They don't speak, but their silence is heavier than words, pressing on your chest like a stone. You sense they are not here to frighten you, but to remind you of something important. Not every soul passes cleanly through judgment. Some remain unfinished. And here comes a curious thought. In ancient Egypt, the living took extraordinary steps to help their loved ones avoid this fate. They filled tombs with spells, charms, and rituals, entire manuals for the afterlife, known today as the Book of the Dead. It wasn't a single book, really, but a collection of texts, customized for each person. You might find it written on papyrus scrolls tucked inside coffins, painted across tomb walls, or carved into amulets placed over the chest of a mummy. These spells were meant to guide the soul, to smooth the path, to make sure no detour led into the restless twilight of the moot. You imagine families gathering around the preparation of a burial, choosing which spells to include. Do you need the incantation to open the gates of the western horizon? Better add it, just in case. Do you need the words to silence crocodiles, serpents, or hostile spirits in the duat? Yes, let's put that in too. It was like packing for a trip, except the journey wasn't across deserts or seas, it was across eternity. One quirky detail. The Book of the Dead wasn't cheap. Papyrus and skilled scribes cost money, and so elaborate scrolls with dozens of spells were often reserved for the wealthy. But ordinary people found their own ways. Sometimes they could only afford a few key spells written on scraps of papyrus, or even on pieces of linen wrapped into the mummy's bandages. Some even relied on heart scarabs, amulets inscribed with a single powerful spell, one that begged the heart not to betray its owner during the weighing ceremony. Imagine betting your entire eternity on a carved beetle resting on your chest. It sounds precarious, but it gave comfort all the same. The restless souls along the banks flicker again, as though reminding you of what's at stake. Without preparation, without spells, a soul could wander here forever, never reaching Osiris's court, never finding the paradise of the field of reeds. The Egyptians feared this not because it meant torment, but because it meant isolation. For a culture built on community, villages tied to the Nile cycles, families spanning generations, the thought of eternal loneliness was unbearable. Your boat glides under an arch of stone, carved with faint hieroglyphs you can barely make out in the torchlight. They seem to shift as you pass, their meanings elusive, like dreams you almost remember but lose upon waking. Beyond the arch, the river splits into many channels, twisting and curving like the roots of a tree. Each one seems to lead somewhere different, a tunnel glowing with pale light, a cavern echoing with whispers, a path so dark it swallows even the reflection of the stars. This is the moment the spells from the Book of the Dead become crucial. Without them, how would you know which path to take? A wrong turn could mean wandering in circles for eternity, trapped among the moot, never reaching the field of reeds. With the right words, though, the channels part like doors opening, guiding you exactly where you need to go. It wasn't just poetry, it was survival, written in ink and wrapped around the dead. And here's another curious layer. Some spells weren't just instructions, they were conversations. They let the soul speak to guardians, negotiate with spirits, or even command the very gates of the duat to open. Imagine arriving at a locked door in the underworld, and instead of struggling, you recite the spell and the door swings wide, obedient to your words. It was less about brute force, more about knowledge, an education for eternity. You drift past another cluster of flickering souls. One reaches out a hand, thin and trembling, but it never quite touches the boat. For a moment you wonder if they're asking for help, if they're hoping you carry them along. But then the boat glides past, and they fade back into the shadows, their silence swallowing them whole. It's unsettling, but it's also clarifying. You understand now why the Egyptians poured so much energy into funerary rituals, into scrolls, amulets, and prayers. It wasn't superstition, it was compassion. They didn't want their loved ones to end up here, wandering. They wanted to find their way home. The river narrows again, forcing you back into a single channel. The glow of the water deepens, and the air smells faintly of incense, as though the prayers of the living are still reaching across time, carried on smoke and whispered words. The flickering lights fade behind you, and the silence grows lighter, less oppressive. Ahead, the path begins to widen once more, and you sense the next stage drawing near. You sit quietly in the boat, the oars pulling you forward, and the thought lingers. Even the mightiest gods needed order, rituals, and words to keep chaos at bay. And perhaps that's the real secret of the Book of the Dead. It wasn't only a map for the dead, it was a comfort for the living, a way to remind themselves that death was not the end, that with preparation, guidance, and memory, the soul could find its way home. The stars above glitter faintly, and for a brief moment, you feel the distance between worlds narrow. The prayers of the living, the hopes of the dead, the whispers of restless souls all weave together into a single lullaby. And you realize you've been listening to it all along, carried gently down this river of myth, halfway between story and dream.
The boat glides onward, and the air begins to shift again, carrying with it a new heaviness, as though the river itself knows you've crossed into another realm. The silence grows thicker, broken only by the slow rhythm of the oars dipping into the glowing current. You lean back slightly, and above you the constellations seem to fade, giving way to a vast darkness pierced only by the occasional glint of firelight in the distance. It feels as though you've entered a deeper chamber of the Duat, one that lies closer to the core of judgment and punishment. The banks rise higher here, forming shadowy cliffs that loom over the water. From their jagged edges, faint shapes peer down. Guardians, perhaps, or watchers waiting to see which souls dare pass through. The atmosphere presses in on you, a reminder that not all who enter this realm emerge again. And then, in the thick of this silence, you hear it. A low growl, distant but unmistakable, echoing off the stone walls. The Egyptians imagined the Duat as populated by countless beings, some guides, some threats. Among them, one figure looms larger in imagination than most, Ammit, the devourer. Half crocodile, half lion, half hippopotamus, she was a patchwork of the most feared predators of Egypt, a creature stitched together from terror itself. To meet Ammit was to face the final consequence of failure. If your heart tipped heavier than Mot's feather, she was waiting, jaws wide, ready to consume not just flesh, but the very essence of your soul. You can almost picture her now, crouched at the banks of this shadowed stretch of river. Her eyes gleam in the dark like embers, her nostrils flaring with the scent of judgment. The ripple of water against the hull suddenly feels more precarious, as though the boat is being nudged along by invisible claws. Ammit wasn't evil, though, not in the way later monsters in folklore were imagined. She didn't hunt for pleasure. She was necessity, the ultimate enforcer of balance. If the scales tipped wrong, she ensured that chaos didn't slip into paradise. Think about what that meant for the Egyptians. To them, eternal torment wasn't the ultimate punishment. Non-existence was. If Ammit devoured your soul, it wasn't sent to burn in some fiery pit. It was erased. No afterlife, no field of reeds, no chance to return. You simply ceased. For a culture that poured so much energy into preparing for eternity, the thought of obliteration was the sharpest edge of fear. And yet, there's something oddly comforting in the clarity of it. Pass the test, and you live forever in paradise. Fail, and you vanish. No lingering torment, no endless suffering. Just silence. Ammit, terrifying as she was, represented that line in its clearest form: truth or oblivion. The cliffs draw closer, and as your boat slides between them, you notice strange carvings along the stone. Crocodiles etched with open jaws, lions crouched mid-pounce, hippopotamuses charging with mouths agape. These images weren't random decorations. They were warnings, reminders of what awaited those who faltered. You can almost imagine ancient priests describing these scenes during rituals, pointing to the carvings and whispering, "This is what lies ahead if you do not live in balance." And here's a strange little tidbit. In some later Egyptian traditions, people wore amulets shaped like tiny hearts or inscribed with spells meant to protect against Ammit's judgment. The idea was to ensure your heart stayed light, or at least stayed silent during the weighing ceremony. Some even believed the heart could be tricked into forgetting one's sins if charmed correctly. It's a little like bringing cheat notes to the biggest exam of your life, or afterlife. Whether or not it worked, it speaks volumes about the fear she inspired. The boat drifts further into the dark, and the growl comes again, this time louder, closer. You tighten your grip on the wooden edge, half expecting the water to erupt in foam, a massive form rising with snapping jaws. But no, nothing breaks the surface. Instead, the silence stretches once more, and the growl fades into memory, leaving behind only the echo of its promise. It occurs to you that the Egyptians weren't simply obsessed with monsters. They were obsessed with order. Everything in their worldview hinged on Ma'at, truth, balance, harmony. Even in the underworld, predators weren't random terrors. They had purpose. Crocodiles in the Nile kept populations in check. Lions reminded humans of their fragility. Hippopotamuses, though destructive, marked the raw, untamed power of nature. By combining them into Ammit, the Egyptians distilled all those fears into one being, one symbol of the ultimate consequence of imbalance. And perhaps in a strange way, that's why her story still resonates. Every culture invents monsters to guard its taboos, to make sure its rules aren't ignored. For the Greeks, there were Furies who hounded oathbreakers. For the Christians, there was hellfire for sinners. For the Egyptians, there was Ammit, squatting patiently at the scales, ready to devour the careless. The principle was the same: live right or face the consequences. Your boat glides past the narrow alcove carved into the cliffs. Within it, you glimpse something strange: a pile of broken statues, faces chipped, torsos cracked, all stacked haphazardly like offerings or warnings. They look eerily human, though too worn to identify. For a moment, you wonder if these are the remnants of forgotten souls, images left behind after Ammit devoured their essence. Not quite memory, not quite tribute, just fragments. The air around the alcove feels colder, and the water ripples uneasily. You turn your gaze away. The cliffs finally begin to open again, and the river widens. The growl is gone, though its echo lingers in your mind. The air grows lighter, less heavy, though not exactly safe.
Ahead, you sense new challenges waiting, tests that demand not only purity, but cleverness, not only balance, but courage. The Duat was never one single ordeal, but a series of them, each revealing another layer of what it meant to be human, mortal, and hopeful for eternity. The stars flicker faintly overhead again, scattered like grains of sand across the black canvas. You breathe in deeply, the sense of resin and incense lingering in the air, and realize that Ammit's shadow has passed, at least for now. But her image remains, half lion, half crocodile, half hippopotamus, waiting at the edge of memory, reminding you that truth was never optional. The hush of the Duat deepens, and now, ahead of you, the sound of rushing water swells into a steady roar. The river narrows again, funneled into a smooth channel of dark stone, and the glow of the current reflects brighter against the walls, almost as if guiding you forward into a place where decision will no longer be postponed. You know what lies beyond. This is the stretch where every soul, no matter their station, no matter their prayers, faced the most critical moment, the weighing of the heart. The boat slows, gliding into a broad cavern lit by torches set in sconces along the walls. Their flames burn steady, unnaturally so, as if protected by divine decree. The chamber feels unlike the shadowed stretches you've passed through. It has a solemn clarity, like stepping into a great hall of judgment. The air is still and reverent, as though time itself is holding its breath. At the center of the chamber stands a colossal set of scales, larger than any you could imagine, their golden beams stretching high into the darkness. They glimmer faintly in the torchlight, reflecting hues of amber and crimson. To one side lies the feather of Maat, delicate, impossibly light, glowing with an inner radiance. To the other rests an empty pan, waiting, expectant, patient for what it is meant to receive. This is the fulcrum of everything. Here, the Egyptians believed, the truth of your life was measured, not by reputation, not by wealth, not by prayers uttered after the fact, but by your heart itself. That organ wasn't just a physical pump of blood, it was the seat of memory, of conscience, of everything you had done. And it carried weight. Too heavy, and the scales tipped away from Maat. Balanced or lighter, and eternity opened its doors. The thought stirs something familiar even in you. After all, isn't the heart still our metaphor for truth today? We talk about speaking from the heart, about someone being heartless when cruel, or light-hearted when free of burdens. The Egyptians simply made it literal. Your heart told on you. It could not lie. You glance to the edge of the scales and notice a figure seated nearby, cloaked in solemn authority. It's Anubis, the jackal-headed god, his black fur gleaming faintly in the glow. Calm, patient, precise, he guides the ceremony, weighing the heart without bias. There's no bribery here, no jury to persuade, no clever lawyer's tongue. Just a god death with scales that never falter. His hands are steady, his gaze unblinking. Beside him lurks the familiar shadow of Ammit, crouched low, her jaws parted ever so slightly, waiting. She doesn't leap, doesn't roar, doesn't even move. She simply waits, a predator of patience, for the scales to tip in her favor. The Egyptians understood suspense better than any playwright. The terror wasn't in the chase, but in the stillness, the knowledge that failure meant obliteration. And then, beyond Anubis, another figure sits enthroned, regal and immovable. Osiris, lord of the underworld, clad in white robes, skin tinged green like fertile earth, crook and flail across his chest. He doesn't move to weigh or devour. He presides, silent, watchful, embodying the permanence of judgment. His throne rests on a platform adorned with lotus blossoms and hieroglyphs, symbols of rebirth. For him, the outcome is not negotiable. It is recorded, sealed, eternal. The whole scene has a rhythm, a choreography rehearsed for millennia. The heart is placed on one side of the scale. The feather gleams on the other. Anubis adjusts the beam with infinite care. Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom, often imagined here as well, stands with the scroll in hand, ready to record the verdict. It's not just myth, it's record-keeping. The Egyptians turned even death into administration, complete with scribes to tally your fate. Now, here's the subtle, almost playful detail. In some versions of the funerary texts, the heart itself could speak. If accused of sin, it might blurt out confessions, dragging its owner down. That's why Egyptians sometimes placed scarab amulets over the chest, engraved with spells to silence the heart. Imagine preparing for eternity by making sure your own organs didn't betray you. It's equal parts eerie and ingenious. The mainstream fact woven here is unmistakable. This ritual of the weighing of the heart was central to Egyptian belief, recorded in the Book of the Dead, painted on tomb walls, and whispered in funerary rites. It was so pervasive that it shaped not only art and religion, but also daily morality. People lived with the awareness that every action added weight or lightness to their final reckoning. And yet, in the shadows of this ritual, quirky little details emerge. Did you know that some versions of the ceremony allowed for second chances? Certain texts hint at spells that could repair a heart, reframe it, or shield it against damning accusations, almost like an ancient appeals process. The Egyptians, for all their rigidity, still hoped mercy might find its way into the system, if only you had the right words at the right time. The air in the chamber thickens as you imagine your own heart placed on that massive golden pan. Would it feel heavy? Would it sink? Would the feather tremble against the pressure of accumulated mistakes? Or would it hover lightly, buoyed by kindness, honesty, the moments you chose compassion over cruelty? You feel the suspense in your chest as if the scale is real, waiting for your own truths to pile onto one side or the other. Your boat waits silently at the edge of the chamber, bobbing faintly as if respecting the solemnity of this place. The torches flicker, casting shadows across Osiris's still form. Ammit's eyes glint. Patient as always, the feather gleams with quiet assistance, impossibly light, yet more powerful than stone. The moment hangs, timeless. And then the oars dip once more, pulling you onward, away from the chamber of judgment. As the hall recedes behind you, you realize the Egyptians gave death a structure that was both terrifying and soothing. Terrifying because failure meant annihilation. Soothing because the rules were clear. Live by Ma'at, and eternity was yours. Stray from it, and you vanished. No endless torment, no fiery pits, just balance or silence. For people who built pyramids to align with stars, who measured the Nile's floods with exactitude, it makes sense that even death was weighed, measured, and made orderly. The roar of water fades as the river widens again, and once more the torchlight softens into a gentler glow. You exhale, your own heart beating steady in your chest, grateful that for now it remains yours to carry.
The river carries you forward, the current gentle now, almost lulling, as if the intensity of judgment has faded into a calm acceptance. Behind you, the scales of Ma'at remain suspended in silence, Anubis unmoving, Ammit crouched in eternal patience. Ahead, the glow of the torches shifts color, warmer now, tinged with gold and red, as though dawn itself has seeped into the underworld. You realize you are nearing the place where Ra's nightly voyage reaches its crescendo, the perilous confrontation with Apophis. The air thickens, as if you were being drawn towards something colossal. The walls of the cavern widen into a vast open expanse, so broad that the river seems to lose its banks altogether. Darkness reigns here, but not the soothing kind you felt earlier. This darkness is restless, roiling, a black sea stretching forever. It's as if the universe has been stripped bare, exposing chaos beneath creation. And from the depths of this endless shadow rises a shape too immense to comprehend. A serpent coiled, its scales glistening faintly, its eyes like molten gold. This is Apophis, Apep, the great serpent of chaos. He does not dwell on earth, nor in heaven, nor in the order Duat. He is outside all of it, an embodiment of what the Egyptians feared most: disorder, destruction, the undoing of Ma'at itself. Unlike other gods, Apophis has no temple, no cult, no offerings. He was never worshipped. He was feared, loathed, cursed. He existed not to be honored, but to be fought every single night, without fail. Ra's solar bark glides into this black sea, its golden hull shimmering faintly, its prow cutting through waves that seem to hiss and writhe. The crew braces. You can see the gods at their stations, Seth standing fierce at the prow with spear in hand, his eyes sharp and unblinking, ready to strike. Beside him, other guardians gather, serpent slayers, fire wielders, spirits whose sole task is to hold chaos at bay. The silence is broken by the low rumble of the serpent as it uncoils, stretching upward, jaws opening wide enough to swallow the sky itself. The Egyptians described this battle with a strange mixture of terror and routine. Every night, Apophis tried to devour Ra, to halt the sunrise, to unmake the world. And every night the gods fought him back, pierced his scales, sliced his coils, burned his flesh with fire. He always lost, but he always returned. It was a battle without end, a cycle without victory, but also without defeat. Order, in other words, had to be maintained, not achieved once and for all. It's strangely comforting, isn't it? We often imagine victory as final, as if one great triumph secures peace forever. The Egyptians were more pragmatic. They knew chaos never truly died. It could only be beaten back again and again, night after night. And in that endless struggle, they found meaning. If the gods had to keep fighting, so did mortals. Life wasn't about erasing hardship, but about showing up, steady and unrelenting against the darkness. Here's a detail often overlooked. Sometimes priests on Earth joined this cosmic battle. They recited spells from the Book of Overthrowing Apophis, cursing his name, burning wax effigies of serpents, hacking at them with knives to weaken the beast in the underworld. Imagine that, humans wielding symbolic weapons, believing their rituals on the Nile's banks gave Ra's crew an extra edge against the cosmic serpent. The divine and mortal struggles were entwined. You watch as Seth raises his spear, a glint of fire racing along its tip. With a sudden cry, he hurls it forward. The weapon pierces Apophis's scales, and the serpent writhes, its body coiling violently, sending waves crashing against the golden bark. The gods cling to the sides, their chants rising in unison, spells spilling into the dark. Flames erupt, not from torches, but from words, incantations that blazed into physical fire, wrapping the serpent in a cage of burning light. But Apophis is not destroyed. He roars, a sound so low and guttural that the cavern trembles, and for a moment the light falters. The serpent twists, shattering the fiery chains, its coils striking against the boat like titanic whips. Sparks scatter into the void, and for a breathless instant, you feel the balance of the cosmos teeter. If Ra falters here, dawn will never come. The sun will not rise. Life itself would dissolve into the black.
And yet the Egyptians were firm. Ra never truly failed. His bark always emerged, battered perhaps, scorched perhaps, but victorious. The serpent might wound him, might delay him, but never conquer him. The proof lay in every sunrise, every morning when the red gold disk rose over the Nile. The world endured. There's something beautifully repetitive about it, almost hypnotic. Every night Ra descends into darkness. Every night Apophis strikes. Every night the gods fight back. And every morning light triumphs. It wasn't just myth, it was comfort, a cosmic lullaby. The Egyptians could look at the dawn and think, they did it again. We are safe another day. Here's a quirky tidbit to carry with you. Some ancient texts describe Apophis not only as a serpent, but as a giant crocodile, or even a mixture of both. A chaos beast so adaptable it couldn't be pinned to one form. In some rituals, people spat on his name written in red ink, believing even that insult weakened him. Imagine a culture where simply insulting chaos was an act of devotion. It's both humorous and profound, a reminder that even small gestures of resistance mattered. As you drift on the river, you feel the vibrations of the struggle fading. The serpent retreats once again into the shadows, and the solar bark glides forward, scarred but unbroken. The golden glow brightens as if dawn is already peeking through the cracks of night. You inhale and the air tastes lighter, fresher, as though chaos has been pressed down beneath the surface for another cycle. The oars dip again, pulling you onward, and the torches along the banks flicker in agreement. You are moving closer now, not just to the end of Ra's journey, but to the beginning of day itself, where all this shadow will dissolve into light. The battle with Apophis fades behind you, like thunder echoing off distant hills. The air is clearer now, carrying the faint scent of lotus blossoms, though you are still deep within the underworld. The solar bark steadies, its golden hull glowing brighter with every stroke of the oars. The gods on board ease their grips, their shoulders loosening after the clash. Yet, the voyage is far from finished. Ra must continue through the remaining caverns of the duet, gathering strength for the ascent back into the world of the living. You notice the atmosphere shifting as the boat drifts onward. The oppressive weight of chaos gives way to something steadier, more rhythmic, as though the entire realm is pulsing in time with the cosmic heartbeat. Around you, the caverns narrow once again, but this time they are lined with rows of statues, or perhaps not statues, but figures, humans, gods, animals, standing perfectly still. Their forms carved from stone or hardened clay. Each one faces the river as if waiting, as if watching. Their eyes are blank, yet you feel them following you. This is the procession of the silent ones, souls frozen in time, echoes of mortals who failed to find passage. In some myths, they are shades awaiting Ra's bark, hoping his light will grant them a chance at renewal. In others, they are reminders of those who fell short in judgment, their voices stripped away. Either way, they stand here, guardians of stillness, framing the river like an audience that never blinks. A torch flares brighter at the prow of the ship, illuminating hieroglyphs etched into the cavern walls. They shimmer faintly as the light passes, words that seem alive, shifting and sliding as if rewriting themselves. You lean closer, squinting, and realize these aren't just decorative inscriptions, they are spells, protective formulas inscribed to shield Ra's voyage from ambush. The Egyptians believed writing itself carried power. To carve a word was to fix it in reality, to give it weight. In this way, the duet was armored, not just with gods and weapons, but with language itself. It's a curious thought. While Ra and his guardians fought with spears and fire, scribes back in the temples fought with ink and chisels. A prayer written on papyrus could be as sharp as a blade, as vital as a shield. Imagine believing so deeply in the strength of words that a sentence might help keep the sun rising. It makes you pause, doesn't it? We still use words today to banish fear, whether it's mantras, lullabies, or whispered reassurances to ourselves. The Egyptians just took that faith one step further, weaving language into the very machinery of the cosmos. The silence of the cavern deepens, and your footsteps, or rather, the soft rocking of the boat beneath you, echoes against the stone. The gods stand ready, but their tension is different now, less urgent, more watchful. They know Apophis has been driven back, yet other dangers lurk. This stretch of the journey is about vigilance. It's a passage of endurance, of keeping the boat steady, of making sure no shadows slip through unnoticed. To distract your mind from the weight of the stillness, you consider a small but fascinating detail. In some funerary texts, Ra is described not as a solitary figure, but as a fusion with Osiris, Lord of the Dead. At midnight, the two deities intertwine, Ra lending his light to Osiris, Osiris lending his stability to Ra. It's a mystical union, one representing the cycle of life and death, renewal and rest. Imagine that, the sun god and the death god, not rivals, but partners. It speaks to how the Egyptians saw the world. Life and death weren't enemies, but phases, flowing into each other like the river beneath you. The glide passed another cluster of figures, these ones less rigid, more lifelike. Some bow slightly as the bark approaches, their hands raised in reverence. Perhaps these are the justified dead, the souls who passed the scales of Ma'at, permitted to bask in Ra's light, even here in the duet. They do not speak, but their gestures are enough. It's as if they're lending their silent blessings, their presence adding to the weight of order against the void. One figure catches your eye, a woman carved in pale stone, her arms outstretched, tears etched into her cheeks. She seems different from the others, almost more human. You lean forward, imagining her story. Was she once a mother who prayed for her child to survive the plague? A priestess who spent her life chanting hymns? Or perhaps just an ordinary woman swept into myth by the Egyptians' refusal to let anyone fade without meaning? That's the beauty of their worldview. No life was trivial. Every existence could be woven into the great tapestry, etched into eternity. And then a ripple runs across the water. The boat trembles slightly, though not from attack. You realize the river itself is stirring, glowing faintly from below. The current picks up speed, as though drawing the bark toward the heart of the duet. This is the river of renewal, where the solar god regains his strength for the final push toward dawn. The crew straightens, their eyes lifting, and Ra himself seems to radiate brighter, golden rays spilling into the cavern. It's said that here, in the deepest hour of night, the sun god is reborn. His old form sheds like a skin, his essence renewed, ready to rise again. Some depictions even show him as a scarab beetle at this stage, Capri, the morning sun pushing the great disk across the horizon like a dung beetle rolling its ball. It might sound a little unglamorous, But for the Egyptians, it was perfect. They saw nobility even in the smallest creatures, reflections of cosmic truth in the humblest acts. A scarab pushing its burden wasn't just insect labor, it was the engine of dawn itself. You can almost feel that shift yourself. The air warms, the shadows soften, and the heavy silence of the cavern is replaced by a low hum, like the world itself is singing. The rows of figures along the banks remain still, but now they glow faintly, bathed in the light spilling from the solar bark. Even the carved hieroglyphs pulse more steadily, their spells brightening as if feeding on Ra's renewal. It strikes you how elegantly the Egyptians wove together fear and reassurance. Just moments ago, you watched a serpent nearly devour the sun. Now you float through a current that hums with rebirth. It's never one without the other. Every fear balanced with hope, every descent balanced with ascent. That rhythm, that cycle, was their comfort. And now it becomes yours, guiding your breath into something slower, calmer, steady as the river carrying you forward. As the cavern begins to widen, you sense the approach of dawn, though not yet its arrival. The light builds in degrees, each pulse stronger, each shadow fainter. You close your eyes for a moment, and it feels like drifting not just through a story, but through time itself, carried by a river where every heartbeat, every myth, every word carved on stone is part of the same eternal voyage.
The river widens, its surface rippling with light as though dawn itself is rehearsing before the final performance. The solar bark glides steadily, the oars dipping in perfect rhythm, and the gods on board move with quiet purpose. Their weapons, for now, are lowered. Their eyes, however, remain sharp. You feel it too, that peculiar tension between calm and anticipation, like the silence before a storm or the hush in a theater right before the curtain rises. The cavern opens into a chamber vast enough to hold a city. Its ceiling arches high above, studded with faint lights like fragments of stars that somehow slipped underground. The walls are carved with towering images of Ra in all his forms, falcon-headed in his prime, scarab as the morning sun, and an old man leaning on a staff, symbol of the setting sun. Each image glows faintly, illuminated not by fire or torchlight, but by the lingering memory of sunlight itself. You realize this is no ordinary chamber. It's a cosmic mirror, a place where the god confronts himself. The Egyptians had a way of making even their myths philosophical. To them, the sun wasn't just a ball of fire, it was a cycle, a being that lived, aged, died, and returned over and over again. And here, at the heart of the duat, Ra seems to pause and remember his own faces. His past, present, and future mingle in one space, like a dream where every version of yourself stands side by side. A hush settles across the bark as Ra rises from his throne. His golden form glows brighter, the light spilling over the crew, casting long shadows against the walls. He gazes at the images around him as if acknowledging each in turn before raising his staff toward the ceiling. At once, the faint starlights above pulse brighter, forming constellations recognizable even to your modern eyes: Orion, Cassiopeia, Ursa Major. Their placement feels both familiar and foreign, as though the stars themselves shift slightly in deference to Ra's passage. It dawns on you, pardon the pun, that this moment reflects one of the most profound beliefs of Egyptian cosmology. The sky itself was part of the underworld. The goddess Nut, arched above the earth,
swallowed the sun every evening, and birthed it again each morning. In this way, the journey of Ra wasn't confined to rivers and caverns. It stretched across the very fabric of the heavens, linking stars, gods, and mortals into one grand circuit. And yet, even in this grand chamber, dangers lurk. From the shadows near the walls, faint figures stir. Jackal-headed beings, crocodile-headed watchers, and serpents coiled like carved reliefs, suddenly alive. These are guardians, or perhaps judges, tasked with ensuring Ra does not falter in his renewal. Their eyes glow faintly, their hands resting on staffs and blades. They do not attack, but you feel their presence like a weight pressing on your chest. It is at this point that another detail of Egyptian lore slips into your mind, a detail both strange and oddly comforting. Ra did not journey alone because he was weak, but because his voyage represented the collective endurance of the cosmos. Each deity on board, the cat goddess Bastet, the falcon Horus, the ibis Thoth, embodied different aspects of stability. Together, they formed a chorus of order. It wasn't enough for one god to survive the night. The entire divine family had to stand in unity, reflecting the way Egyptians believed society itself survived, through cooperation, ritual, and balance. As Ra's light fills the chamber, you notice the guardians along the walls bowing slightly, not in worship exactly, but in acknowledgement, as though this moment of renewal demands reverence from all. The oars pause, the river slows, and for a heartbeat, the entire duat feels frozen. Time holds its breath. Then something extraordinary happens. The golden glow around Ra sharpens into a sphere, a radiant orb no larger than a man's head, hovering over his hand. This is the sun's seed, the very essence of dawn distilled into a single point. It pulses gently, each wave of light warming the chamber. The guardians step back, the constellations above shimmer brighter, and the carved images on the walls seem to lean closer, reaching toward the orb. It's almost playful, this moment, like watching someone cup a glowing ember before setting it on a hearth. You can't help but smile at the thought. A god rehearsing sunrise, coaxing the light awake like a sleepy child. Maybe that's what comforted the Egyptians most, that even their gods had to work to make the day begin. It wasn't automatic, it was earned. The orb rises slowly, floating toward the ceiling. As it does, you hear a sound. Not a roar, not a chant, but a hum. Low at first, then louder, until the entire chamber resonates with it. It's the hum of creation itself, the vibration Egyptians believed filled the universe at its birth. Every god on the bark joins in, their voices merging with the sound, and you find yourself breathing in rhythm, your chest rising and falling like part of that cosmic choir. One quirky thought crosses your mind here. Some scholars speculate that Egyptian temples were designed with acoustics in mind, so that chants and hymns would reverberate through the halls like this. Imagine standing in a stone chamber thousands of years ago, chanting alongside priests, the sound echoing until it felt like the walls themselves were singing. Maybe the duat as described in these myths was just a grand extension of that idea, the ultimate temple, echoing with the voices of gods. The orb reaches the top of the chamber and dissolves into beams of light. The constellations flare brilliantly, then fade, leaving only the golden glow of Ra himself, now brighter, renewed. The river stirs again, carrying the bark forward, and the crew resume their oars with new energy. The chamber narrows into another passage, the light stretching ahead like a golden thread leading to dawn. You exhale, realizing you've been holding your breath. The tension eases from your body, and a wave of calm settles over you. The hardest part of the journey is past. Ra has remembered himself, gathered his strength, and prepared the seed of light. Soon, Very soon, the horizon will blaze. But for now, the night continues, steady, quiet, carrying you gently toward the edge of dreams.
The passage narrows once more, but this time, instead of stone walls crowding in with oppressive weight, the sides shimmer as though made of liquid glass. The solar bark glides forward, and you watch in fascination as the reflections along the walls ripple and shift, not of yourself or the gods on board, but of entire scenes. You see villages, bustling markets, and children laughing by the Nile's edge. You see farmers driving oxen through flooded fields, priests lifting incense toward temple altars, and women weaving linen while singing lullabies. It's as though the duat itself is replaying the world above, a reminder of what all this struggle in the underworld is meant to protect. The oars slice through the water with a steady rhythm, and the gods aboard the bark remain watchful but calmer now. The chamber of renewal has already lent Ra his strength, and the glow around him is steadier, more confident. His falcon eyes pierce the shimmering walls, as though he's gazing not at illusions, but at reality itself. For the Egyptians, this was more than myth. It was reassurance. The sun wasn't just a fireball rising every morning. It was proof that their crops would grow, their children would live, and their civilization would endure another day. And yet, the journey isn't over. Ahead, the shimmering corridor curves and widens, spilling into a vast hall filled with scales, feather-light and terrible in their precision. Here, at last, you've reached the place of judgment, the Hall of Ammit. Even the gods on the bark shift uneasily as they step ashore, because this chamber isn't just for mortals. Its rules, its balance, applied to all. The hall is breathtaking. Its ceiling stretches upward into darkness, but suspended from it are hundreds of golden lamps shaped like stars, each flickering gently as though breathing. The floor gleams black, polished obsidian reflecting the figures who enter. And at the far end, upon a raised dais, stands the great scale itself, two plates hanging from golden chains, balanced so perfectly that even a sigh might tip them. In the center of the hall, a feather floats, not a grand plume, not something plucked from a ceremonial headdress, but a simple white feather of Ammit, goddess of truth and cosmic order. Its glow is subtle, but somehow more arresting than Ra's golden blaze. This feather represents the very balance of the universe, the principle that kept chaos from swallowing creation. It was light enough to float, yet heavy enough to measure the weight of a soul. A silence falls across the hall. The shimmering walls from before fade, replaced now by carvings of scenes from judgment itself, rows of mortals waiting, priests leading the way, hearts heavy with secrets, gods watching impassively as lives are measured. You feel that silence pressing down on you, not frightening, but sobering, like the hush in a courtroom before the verdict is read. And then, from the shadows at the side of the dais, something stirs. A hulking figure, part lion, part crocodile, part hippopotamus, steps forward. Its eyes gleam yellow, its jaws lined with teeth sharp enough to crush bone, its massive paws thudding against the obsidian floor. This is Ammit, the devourer, neither god nor demon, but a presence whose task is simple: to consume the unworthy. If the heart placed on the scales outweighs the feather, it is Ammit's meal. No redemption, no second chance, just oblivion. The sight of Ammit is both terrifying and strangely grounding. After all, isn't it reassuring that even in myth, actions carried consequences? Egyptians didn't imagine an eternity of torture for the wicked. Instead, they imagined nothingness, a snuffing out, the soul devoured by Ammit, leaving no trace in memory or afterlife.
In their view, to live forever, you needed truth. Without it, you vanished. Ra steps closer to the scales, his golden glow casting long shadows across the obsidian. The gods array themselves behind him, Thoth, with his ibis head, scroll in hand to record what transpires. Anubis, jackal-headed, the psychopomp, who guides the dead, and Mot herself, serene and unflinching, the feather drifting above her palm as though the air itself obeys her. It strikes you that this scene isn't just myth, it's philosophy in symbolic form. The Egyptians wove justice into the fabric of the cosmos. Even gods couldn't escape it. A quirky little detail floats through your mind, one that makes this solemn hall slightly more approachable. In some tomb texts, the Egyptians described the heart itself as a chatty, rebellious organ. They imagined it blurting out secrets during judgment, confessing sins the owner hoped to hide. Imagine standing before the scales and your own heart pipes up like a bad lawyer. Actually, he did cheat on his grain rations that one time. No wonder Egyptians buried heart scarabs inscribed with spells to silence the heart, pleading with it not to betray its owner in front of Mot. You can't help but smile, an ancient anxiety that feels all too human. The silence of the hall stretches, broken only by the faint creak of the golden chains of the scale. You can almost hear hearts pounding, even though none are being weighed right now. And then you notice something. Ammit isn't prowling hungrily. She waits, patient, almost bored, as though she knows her role isn't constant, but occasional. Not every soul fails. Not every heart tips the scale. In that patience lies a comfort, the reminder that truth wasn't impossible, only required. Ra lifts his staff, the golden glow brightening, and the feather on the scale shimmers in response. It seems for a moment that the weighing is not just about mortals, but about the very act of dawn itself. To pass through the night, the sun too must be weighed, balanced against Mot. If the scales tipped, chaos would triumph, and the sun would not rise. But the feather remains steady, light, unwavering. The gods exhale softly, the hall brightening as if in relief. Ammit retreats into shadow, Thoth scratches a note on his scroll, and Mot lowers her gaze, satisfied. The judgment is complete, not of one soul, but of the cosmos itself. The path ahead glimmers faintly, the river of the Duat calling again. As you follow the gods back toward the bark, you realize how deeply this myth resonates. It's not just about punishment or reward. It's about balance, about finding the point where your own heart feels as light as a feather. Maybe that's why the Egyptians loved this imagery so much. It wasn't distant or abstract. It was relatable. Who hasn't lain awake at night, measuring the weight of their choices, hoping they'll balance out? The oars splash once more, the bark sliding back into the current. The Hall of Mot fades behind you, its scales glowing faintly in the distance, a reminder that truth always waits, quietly, at the center of things.
The current carries you deeper, the echoes of the Hall of Mot still clinging to the air like the faint ring of a gong long after it struck. The oars dip rhythmically, pulling you through water that glimmers with strange phosphorescent light. Unlike the earlier passages, this stretch of the Duat feels dreamlike, as though the river itself has grown weary, offering you a chance to float rather than struggle. You lean against the bark side, watching the reflections of stars ripple across the surface, stars that shouldn't be here underground, yet glow all the same. The gods aboard remain alert, but their tension has softened. Anubis stands near the prow, his jackal ears pricked, while Thoth scribbles on his scroll, his ibis head bent in quiet concentration. Ra, radiant yet restrained, rests on his throne in the center of the boat, and around him a soft hum seems to rise, not from the oars or the water, but from the very fabric of the night.
It's as though the duat itself is beginning to sing. This chamber of the journey is called the Field of Reeds, a vision of paradise promised to the blessed dead. Unlike the shadowy hallways or monstrous gates you've already crossed, here the world seems familiar, almost comfortingly mundane. Along the riverbanks stretch wide fields of tall papyrus and golden barley, waving gently in a breeze that feels like dawn, though no sun rises here. Cattle graze lazily, their horns glinting faintly in starlight, and in the distance you can make out small mud brick houses, humble but inviting, smoke curling from their hearths. For the Egyptians, this wasn't an abstract heaven. The Field of Reeds was their afterlife, a perfected version of the Nile Valley itself. Imagine everything you loved about life, but free of suffering. Plentiful harvests, clear waters, and neighbors who didn't argue over irrigation ditches. To them, paradise wasn't golden palaces or clouds. It was the comfort of home, familiar and eternal. You watch as figures move along the banks. Men and women tending crops, children chasing one another, priests offering prayers at shrines carved into the reeds. These are not illusions. They are the souls who pass judgment in the Hall of Mott, rewarded with an eternity of abundance. Their movements are steady, unhurried, as though time itself has slowed here. A man lifts a sickle, cutting wheat that grows back immediately, never diminishing. A woman draws water from the river, and her jar never empties. A fisherman pulls in a net heavy with fish, smiling as though the day will never end. A detail flickers in your memory. Ancient Egyptians believed that in the afterlife, you still needed to work, but not in drudgery. Instead, you could call upon little figurines called shapti, buried with you in your tomb. These tiny carved servants would spring to life, performing labor on your behalf whenever the gods required it. So as you watch the farmers in the Field of Reeds, you wonder how many of them are real souls and how many are little shapti brought to life, happily plowing, harvesting, and serving their masters for eternity. It's an oddly whimsical thought, like picturing action figures leaping off the shelf to mow a divine lawn. The boat glides closer to shore, and you feel the air change. Lighter, warmer, almost fragrant with the scent of lotus blossoms. A grove of palm trees sways gently, and beyond them rises a temple unlike the grand monuments of Karnak or Luxor. This one feels intimate, personal, built of reeds bound together, its walls decorated not with colossal hieroglyphs, but with delicate carvings of daily life. Women grinding grain, men steering boats, children playing in the dust. You realize this place wasn't meant to impress gods. It was meant to comfort mortals, to make eternity feel less like a sentence and more like an embrace. Ra steps ashore, his presence illuminating the grove, and the souls nearby pause in their tasks to bow. There is no fear here, no desperate pleading, but only reverence, like villagers greeting a familiar elder. It's a tender reminder that even gods, for all their power, relied on the devotion of mortals to give their myths life. Without believers, these fields would be empty. And here's a quirky thought that slips in, almost like the reeds whispering. The ancient Egyptians stocked their tombs with food, beer, furniture, even board games, convinced they would need these things in the afterlife. Archaeologists have found entire bedrooms and kitchens buried underground, prepared for eternity. Imagine stepping into the Field of Reeds and finding not just endless barley, but also your favorite chair, your favorite jug of beer, even your favorite hound bounding towards you, tail wagging eternally. Paradise wasn't grandeur, it was familiarity perfected. The hum in the air grows stronger now, harmonizing with the rustling reeds. You realize this isn't just ambience. It's the sound of countless voices praying, chanting, offering gratitude for lives that continue beyond death. The music is soft, more lullaby than hymn, and you feel your own body loosen, your steps slowing, as though the reeds themselves are coaxing you to rest. But the gods don't linger. Ra gestures,
and the bark pulls away from the bank, sliding once more into the current. The field of reeds recedes into the distance, its golden glow dimming, its peaceful figures fading into silhouettes. You feel a pang of reluctance, as though leaving a home you never quite knew was yours. Yet the river pulls forward, and the path darkens again. The air grows cooler, the reeds replaced by shadowy cliffs. You sense the peace of the field of reeds was only a pause, a reminder of what awaits the worthy. Ahead, the journey grows stranger once more, the whispers of the duat returning, promising trials not yet faced. But for now, the memory of that paradise lingers, the laughter of children, the scent of lotus, the endless harvest swaying beneath a starless sky.
The river narrows again, and the gentle hum of the field of reeds fades into silence. You glance back once, catching the last shimmer of golden barley swaying under invisible breezes, before shadows reclaim the horizon. The oars creak as they dip into darker waters, and the torches flicker nervously, as though aware of what waits ahead. You sense the duat is shifting tone, no longer tender but cautious, edging back toward danger. The cliffs that line the river now loom higher, jagged and sharp, their ridges cut into shapes that resemble crouching beasts. Some look like lions mid-pounce, others like crocodiles with jaws wide, their stone eyes glinting faintly in the torchlight. For the Egyptians, these weren't just scenery. They believed that such guardians could be more than stone, that divine presence infused them, and that should any soul attempt to slip through the duat unworthy, the very cliffs might come alive and devour them whole. You can almost hear it now, the grinding of rock on rock, the snap of massive jaws waiting just beyond the edge of sight.
And then the river widens into a vast, silent expanse. A lake. Its surface gleams black, smooth as obsidian polished by unseen hands, reflecting the bark and its passengers with unnerving precision. The reflections move as though on their own, lagging behind or twisting slightly, never quite aligned with the truth above. You lean over, curious, and realize with a start that your mirrored face is not your own. The eyes stare so deeply, hollow and unblinking. The mouth curls into a smirk you never made. Even Ra's reflection shimmers oddly, his radiance fractured, dimmer, as though shadowed by something waiting below. This is the Lake of Fire. The name alone might mislead you into expecting flames licking upward, a cauldron of inferno roaring through the night. But here, fire hides. Beneath the black surface burn currents of molten heat, invisible yet eternal. The Egyptians believed this lake judged all who crossed it, not merely punishing, but testing. Those with truth in their hearts might pass unharmed, their essence purified. Those carrying corruption or arrogance risked being consumed, their souls dissolved into nothing more than ash. You understand why the reflections seem so twisted. This place doesn't only mirror what is, it reveals what might be. It shows the lies you carry, the shadows clinging to your spirit, the versions of yourself you'd rather not face. The water whispers, "This is not what you are. This is what you fear becoming." The silence deepens. Even the crew, normally steady, glance uneasily at the still water. The torches drip resin that falls into the lake and vanishes without a ripple. No splash, no sound. Anubis moves closer to Ra, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of a ceremonial blade, the gesture more symbolic than practical, but still one of protection. Thoth, calm as ever, dips his quill, scribbling on his scroll as though recording every tremor of the heart, every secret exposed in the shifting reflections. A ripple spreads suddenly, disrupting the mirrored calm. It circles outward until it brushes against the bark. For a moment, the water seems to bulge, and shapes press against it from below.
hands clawing upward or claws dragging downward. It's hard to tell. They stretch, straining for the surface, but never breach, fading back into darkness. The Egyptians imagined these as the condemned, trapped forever beneath the burning waters, unable to rise, unable to sink, locked in eternal struggle. The sight makes you grip the railing tighter. The lake is silent, but its silence screams louder than any howl. Then Ra raises his staff, and the lake responds. The surface glows faintly as though embers had been stirred deep below. For an instant, you see beneath the black shell rivers of fire twisting like molten veins, their glow pulsing as though alive. It is both terrible and mesmerizing, a vision of destruction and beauty entwined. You realize now that the lake isn't merely punishment, it is transformation. To endure its flames is to be remade, cleansed of corruption, reborn in truth. In fact, Egyptian texts describe it not only as a place of torment, but also as a source of blessing. Certain spells in the Book of the Dead speak of drinking from the lake of fire. For the righteous, its flames tasted not of ash, but of sweetness, as though the fire itself turned to cool water on their lips. Imagine holding a goblet of pure flame, tilting it to your mouth, and finding refreshment instead of pain. To the Egyptians, opposites often coexisted: fire and water, death and renewal, danger and protection. It was not contradiction, but balance. You let that thought settle as the boat glides slowly forward. Each stroke of the oars is measured, careful not to disturb the glassy surface. The reflections follow, distorted shadows trailing like echoes, until at last the cliffs close in and the lake narrows back into a river. The torches flare a little brighter, as though relieved, and the tension in your chest eases. But you cannot shake the thought of what you saw. The twisted faces, the hands pressing upward, the rivers of fire beneath the calm. It dawns on you that this lake was less a threat to the dead than a mirror to the living. In daily life, Egyptians had fire everywhere, baking bread, shaping pottery, smelting bronze. They knew it could nourish or destroy. To them, this lake was a cosmic extension of fire's dual nature. And perhaps they believed the same duality lived inside every heart. Burn too hot with arrogance, and you're consumed. Burn just enough with truth, and you are purified. The bark bends around a sharp corner, and the silence lifts. A soft breeze brushes your cheek, carrying with it the faintest hint of sweetness, as though the flames left behind had transformed into incense. Ahead, faint lights shimmer on the horizon. Lanterns, torches, or perhaps spirits guiding the way. You cannot tell, but they beckon gently, promising new mysteries deeper in the night. You look back once more. The lake of fire lies behind, dark and still, its surface reflecting now nothing but stars. And you understand what the Egyptians may have intended. This lake wasn't about ending souls. It was about confronting them, burning away the lies, leaving behind only truth. Fire was the judge, and reflection the verdict. As the oars dip again, and the bark carries you away, you feel lighter. Not safe, not yet, but clearer, as though you've been cleansed a little yourself, not by flame, but by the thought of flame. Ahead, the road of myths continues, waiting, endless, and the lake of fire, silent and black, watches behind you, its judgment complete.
The lights on the horizon grow larger, steadier. Their glow soft and golden like lanterns swaying in the night breeze. At first, you think they belong to some temple rising ahead, but then you notice how they shimmer differently, how they ripple as though touched by unseen hands. They are not lanterns at all, but stars reflected on the water, mirrored so perfectly that for a moment it feels like you are floating between two skies.
the heavens above and their twins spread beneath your feet. The river holds you there, suspended between earth and sky, and the quiet hum of the night wraps itself around you like a cloak. The air has changed. Gone is the tang of smoke and the harshness of fire. Instead, there is a faint sweetness here, a fragrance like lotus drifting in from unseen gardens, mingled with the earthy calm of cool stone. It's the scent of temples after dusk, when priests extinguish their lamps and only incense lingers in the air. Your body responds to it instinctively. Muscles slacken, shoulders lower, breath lengthens. You feel heavier, as though the weight of all the myths you've wandered through, the serpents, the judges, the blazing fields, has finally caught up with you. But it is not a crushing weight. It is the kind of heaviness that comes with surrender, the moment just before sleep takes hold. The bark glides smoothly now. The oars dip with measured rhythm, less forceful than before, almost ceremonial, like a lullaby sung by the river itself. Around you, the duat softens. No jagged cliffs rise from the water's edge. No shadows flit between the reeds. No guardian waits with riddles or threats. The landscape has become gentle, fluid, dreamlike. Smooth banks stretch outward, glowing faintly in starlight, as though the very sand has been polished to welcome weary travelers. It feels less like an underworld and more like a sanctuary, a final resting place for wandering thoughts. And in this quiet, the memories of your journey return, not in sharp detail, but in softened echoes, like the aftertaste of a dream that lingers just enough to remind you it was real. You think of Lycaon, his howl still threading faintly through the night air, reminding you of the thin line between civility and savagery. You think of Mira, her tears crystallized into resin, her sorrow transformed into fragrance that touched rituals and altars for centuries. You think of Adonis, radiant and fleeting, embodying the truth that beauty blooms only to wither, and yet through its brevity becomes more precious. And of course, you think of Ra, the sun god who braved nightly peril, who stood firm against serpents and storms, who carried himself and the world through darkness so that dawn could come again. The Egyptians lived with these stories not as entertainment, but as reminders. To them, myth was not separate from life. It was life, painted in brighter colors. When they lit incense, they were not merely perfuming the air. They were releasing the tears of Mira. When they watched the seasons shift, they were not simply marking time. They were seeing Adonis rise and fall, life and death dancing an eternal rhythm. When they lay under the stars, they weren't looking at abstract constellations. They were looking at gods, heroes, and stories etched in fire, each one whispering a memory of transformation. And when they closed their eyes at night, they entrusted themselves to Ra, knowing that if he could cross the darkness, so could they. The bark slows, drifting into a wide basin of still water. Here the torches burn steady, their flames no longer flickering with urgency, but glowing softly, like watchful eyes that expect nothing of you except to rest. Anubis lowers his blade, Thuf tucks away his scroll. The crew themselves move with less haste, their motions unhurried, as though they too understand that the hardest part of the journey has passed. There is nothing left to fear. The darkness has softened into comfort, the dangers melted into memory. You have reached the quiet heart of the night. Look upward. The sky is ablaze with constellations clearer now than at any other point on your path. Orion strides across the heavens, eternal hunter. Cassiopeia reclines on her throne, her stars bent into familiar shapes.
The curving back of Scorpius gleams faintly, its sting poised forever in myth. For the Greeks, these were tales of gods and monsters. For the Egyptians, the sky itself was the body of Nut, the goddess of the heavens, arched across the world, swallowing the sun each night and birthing it each morning. To gaze upward was to see her vast form, protective and eternal. The stars were not distant suns, but the lanterns of gods, keeping vigil over the world below. Now tilt your gaze downward, to the water beneath the boat. The stars shimmer there as well, but not alone. Faces drift across the surface, heroes, nymphs, forgotten kings, sorrowful maidens, fierce monsters. Every figure you've met along this mythic road. They glide silently past, their features softened as though carved from light. These are the shadows of myth, the ones that remain when stories are told and retold, reshaped by time, but never erased. They are not gone. They live in the water, in the trees, in the air itself. They live in you. The Egyptians were right, you realized. Transformation is not the end. It is the continuation. Mira did not vanish when she became a tree. She endured. Adonis did not fade when struck down by the boar. He returned again and again in each springtime bloom. Even Lycaon, cursed and cast out, endured in every whispered tale of wolves on the edges of firelight. To become something new is not to disappear. It is to linger, reshaped, remembered. And so, even now, as your own waking thoughts dissolve into sleep, you understand. This, too, is transformation. The air is warm here, like the breath of dawn hiding just behind the horizon. The water rocks you gently, the way a cradle rocks a child. The bark does not demand your attention anymore. It carries you forward whether you notice or not. All it asks is that you release your grip, loosen your thoughts, and allow the myths to fade into dreams. Let your breath grow slower. Feel how the weight in your chest eases with every exhale, how the tension in your body loosens with each passing moment. Let the stars above blur into a soft haze, their sharp edges dissolving into glow. Let the faces in the water drift past, unhurried, fading into stillness. The myths do not need you to hold on to them anymore. They will be here when you return, waiting with their endless patience. For now, all they want is for you to rest. You are no longer walking through forests or temples or rivers of fire. You are no longer standing at judgment scales or listening to serpents whisper. You are lying still, surrounded by calm, watched over by stars, carried by water. The journey has done its work. The myths have lulled you gently to this place, and now they step back into shadow, leaving you free to slip into dreams. The Egyptians believed that every night Ra disappeared into the underworld, and every morning he returned, renewed, reborn. Sleep is no different. You close your eyes, drift into darkness, and rise again with the light. So do not fear the letting go. It is not loss. It is renewal. It is the promise that you too will rise again with dawn. Close your eyes. Feel the last threads of wakefulness loosen. The torches fade into fireflies. The stars dissolve into mist. The river quiets into silence. And in that silence, you are safe. You are carried. You are at rest. Sleep now. The myths will wait. The bark will sail on. The dawn will come. Sweet dreams.